Whether it's creepy crawly spiders, the corruption of diseased flesh, or the unknown that lurks beyond what all of us can even perceive, here are some SCPs that exploit your deepest real-life phobias. Brace for trauma, dear viewers. Starting with, hey, can anyone hear that? Sounds like something crawling. Number 10. Arachnophobia, the fear of spiders. While not all of the world's eight-legged beasties actually mean you any harm, the anomalous ones we're about to discuss here will definitely mess up your day. We can immediately think of 3 different anomalies that'll turn an arachnophobe into a quivering wreck. First, SCP-632, Intrusive Arachnid Thoughts. It's a fun mix of spiders and nightmarish body horror. After getting infected with SCP-632, you'll find yourself thinking about spiders more and more. You just can't get them out of your head. And then, this becomes literal. Because infection with SCP-632 literally transforms your brain matter into tiny spiders crawling around your skull. But if you're part of the 1%, you might be even more afraid of SCP-1006, the Communist Spiders. These are a huge colony of intelligent arachnids that operate in a Soviet-inspired totalitarian communist regime, and they don't like the idea of humans telling them how to feel. If your favorite philosopher is Adam Smith, stay well away from these creepy crawly comrades. But even staying away from all spiders won't necessarily help you, especially if you hail from Deutschland. You might fall prey to SCP-3023, and then it turned into an angry spider. And yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like. Random objects, from phones to chairs to cars, growing 8 legs and starting to act like huge spiders. But only in Germany for some reason. Kinda makes us want to go hide in a dark room forever. Oh hey, speaking of. Number 9. Nyctophobia, fear of the dark. This is one of humanity's most deep and primal fears. But oftentimes it isn't actually the dark itself that we fear. It's what might be lurking in that dark. There's no better example of this than good old SCP-087, the stairs. This seemingly normal university stairwell holds a dark secret. So dark, in fact, that even insanely powerful industrial-grade flashlights can't provide much illumination. If ever you're forced to walk down these seemingly endless flights of stairs in the inky void, you'll start to feel an overpowering sense of dread, followed by the sounds of people crying, and eventually, something awful rises out of the dark to meet you. So remember a second ago we said that it's not the dark itself that we fear, but what might be hiding there? Very cool and profound, we know. But sometimes it actually is the dark itself you need to worry about, especially when dealing with SCP-575, Predatory Darkness. This is effectively a blob of floating darkness that manifests sometimes in low-light areas, where it begins to exhibit hunting behavior. If it gets you, parts of it will solidify to form deadly appendages, which rip you to shreds and absorb you into itself. Most of the time, all that's left when the lights turn on is a pile of your bones, every single one picked clean. Oof, that made me feel dirty. Good thing I haven't got. Number 8. Mesophobia, the fear of germs, dirt, and contamination. When not taken to extremes, this is actually a pretty reasonable fear to have. After all, disease is one of mankind's most enduring enemies in the fight for survival, and hanging out in dirt and filth is a great way to invite it in. And these anomalies, you really don't want visiting you. One of the most dangerous diseases in the entire SCP canon is SCP-610, the flesh that hates. Any contact with this sarkic nightmare will force your body and mind to mutate into a horrific flesh creature, which is, in itself, another vector for the highly contagious disease. At the present time, all known samples are in a quarantine zone in Siberia, but if ever the infection broke containment, well, let's just say we'd be having a bad time. Just like you'd be having a bad time in your own bathroom with SCP-6698. Clean your drains, people. In this one particularly gross Alabama bathroom, if you find yourself locked in, you'll soon see the room become flooded with absolutely huge cockroaches climbing out of the sink, toilet, and bathtub drain. We don't know exactly what they do to you after that, but when people enter the room, it's always empty. And then there's SCP-726, reconstructive maggots. If a certain very voracious species of maggots happens to chow down on your corpse, they'll then begin to... Nope. Can't say it. Let's move on. Number 7. Cynophobia, the fear of dogs. For some people, man's best friend. For others, man's greatest fear. If you happen to suffer from the fear of dogs, hey, they did used to be wolves after all, then this couple of SCPs would have you filling your own doggy doo-doo bag. Did I really just say that? On the more conventional end, there's SCP-1111, White Dog. This anomaly would be particularly terrifying to postal workers on their delivery runs. He's an incredibly loyal spectral hound guarding the resting place of his dead master, which happens to be a large tree. If you try to enter this area, this dog is going to mess you up. His speed, strength, and agility are unnaturally juiced. And if you find yourself on the receiving end of this canine's canines, you probably won't even live long enough to regret your trespasses. On the more unconventional end, there's SCP-1471, MalO. Okay. Keep it in your pants, you bunch of dirty dogs. While the meme around MalO has turned it into a furry sex symbol, its skeletal canine face is probably not one you'd actually want peeking out of the corner of your eye. If you download this frightening creature's cursed app, you'll be stalked to the point of paranoid insanity. Hey, speaking of interactions you don't want to have, Number 6. Social phobia, the fear of social interactions. While it may not get as much exposure as some of the other phobias on this list, it's actually statistically more likely that you suffer from social anxiety than almost any of these. If public speaking, getting trapped in a crowd, or going to a family gathering filled with distant relatives you don't even know gets your palms sweaty, then these social nightmares might just send you into full-blown panic mode. First, for more public social fears, there's SCP-428, the crowd. If you're heading out to the store for groceries or a little treat, it might put the fear of God into your soul to see a large group of people with blank stares and vacant smiles walking directly towards you. And this might mean you're actually dealing with a horrible fleshy blob connected to this crowd by a series of tendrils that operate them all like puppets, and they're more than eager to add you to their party. But if you're still feeling a little shaken by the family gathering hypothetical we posed, then the fear of the crowd will pale against your fear of SCP-2852, Cousin Johnny. This anomalous party crasher will show up at births, weddings, and even funerals, and everyone there will think he's just that quirky cousin they've always known. Well, until the gathering then devolves into body modification, blood sacrifices, and acts of violence so horrific we can't even describe them here if we want to get paid for this video. Maybe you'd rather just stay at home alone and read a book. Well, unless you suffer from... Number 5. Bibliophobia, fear of books. Everyone had at least one bad experience in middle or high school English class that had them swearing off books for a while. For someone with bibliophobia, getting taken to a library is like getting dragged into a torture chamber. But that's nothing compared to the truly anomalous books out there. Of course, there's SCP-140, an incomplete chronicle. This well-worn copy of a Chronicle of the Devas, the best book on Devite culture for the casual reader, will not only potentially drive you mad and steal all your fluids, it will also rewrite reality itself and bring the brutal Devite culture back closer to the present day. It does this by writing new chapters with the fluid it steals. How delightful. Another apocalyptic page-turner is SCP-1025, the Encyclopedia of Common Diseases. We're really not doing it justice by summarizing the whole thing here, but to give you a taste, it causes people to manifest the symptoms of any disease in the book that they read about, from the common cold to the bubonic plague. Well, at least in the eye of the beholder anyway. This is getting depressing. How about some funny ones? And what's funnier than a clown? Well, unless you've got Number 4. Colorophobia, fear of clowns. Whether it's Stephen King or John Wayne Gacy, there are a lot of people in recent history who've turned the innocent arts of clownery and honkery into something weird and sinister. But while most clowns are actually very chill people who just want to bring joy to children and adults, some in the anomalous world aren't quite so magnanimous. like SCP-993, Bobble the Clown. He's kind of like Blippi, if Blippi was less creepy. This helpful TV clown wants to teach real-life skills to his young audience, stuff they'll actually be able to use, like how to break into someone's home without being detected, the parts of the human body most sensitive to torture, how to properly dispose of a body, and which parts are the tastiest when you cook them with barbecue sauce. You know, just stuff all kids should learn eventually. What, you're telling me they don't cover all this on Sesame Street these days? Lame. But at least Bobble stays on the TV. Our next clown could literally swallow your entire family whole and still have room for dessert. It's SCP-2094, Motormouth. But here's the catch here. Motormouth, or Barney to his friends, is actually a swell dude with a great, if a little grating sense of humor, so he probably wouldn't swallow your family whole even though he definitely can. See kids, there's no reason to be afraid of clowns. Unlike number 3, Xenophobia, fear of the unknown. And no, we're not talking about bigotry against foreigners here, nor are we talking about that weird specter in a mask from the Willy's Chocolate Experience scam, though that was probably plenty scary to a bunch of Glasgow parents who got fleeced out of their disposable income. We're instead talking about the inherent terror of mystery, and we've got 2 anomalies that perfectly fit the bill here. First, we've got the legendary SCP-096, the Shy Guy. Literally nobody has ever seen his face and lived to tell the tale, so our only sources of what it actually looks like comes from the drawings of people who were utterly obliterated shortly after. A true look at SCP-096's face is cursed knowledge, as anyone who ever becomes aware of it through photos, videos, or a direct look is doomed to die an awful death. Some things, though, you can't ever know at all, and that's its own kind of existential terror. A perfect example is SCP-055, the anti-meme. It's, well, we don't know what it is. That's kind of the whole problem. This SCP deletes itself from your memory when you're not actively perceiving it. The only thing we know for certain, aside from that, is that it's not round. Okay, enough weird esoteric nonsense. How about we instead engage with the primal terror of the deep? Number 2, Thalassophobia, fear of the ocean. People actually have a lot of good reasons to be afraid of the ocean. Unless you believe in the aquatic ape hypothesis, that's a weird Google rabbit hole, you'll know that humans fundamentally aren't built for water. You can drown there, you can't drink seawater. And then there are the dangerous underwater beasts, like SCP-3000 and a Tashisha. Travel deep enough and you'll encounter this gargantuan eel, a kind of ancient god that hungers for human sacrifices. It's like encountering a Reaper Leviathan in Subnautica, but in real life. At least the Foundation gets something out of its voracious appetite for people, though. A side effect of the process is the chemical basis for amnestics. Unlike SCP-1128, the aquatic horror, which only serves to bring mystery and terror, and you don't even need to be in the ocean to be a victim of this absolute nightmare. If you see a depiction of it, or even have it described to you in sufficient detail, it'll start hunting you in any body of water you're unlucky enough to get near. From the bath, to puddles on the street, to even when drinking a glass of water. It's enough to feel trapped by the terror of it all. Oh hey, that reminds us. Number 1, Claustrophobia, the fear of being trapped. Congratulations, viewer. You made it to the one we teased in the title, and we've saved one of the most suffocatingly frightening for last. Nothing makes you feel quite as helpless and afraid as being in a small space you can't escape. A small space like SCP-1562, the Carnivorous Slide. For kids, parents, and anyone who enjoys the whimsy of the humble slide, this thing is an absolute horror show. If you slide down, you'll be trapped in absolute darkness, completely unable to move your limbs until you die of starvation, exposure, or some other mysterious force working in the dark. But look on the bright side. At least you're not dealing with SCP-106, the Old Man. Because if you get dragged into his hellish pocket dimension, you're not just going to be trapped, you're going to get horribly tortured too. Yay! On the night of August 1st, 2024, the residents of the town of Hadley, North Carolina, went to sleep expecting to wake up to an ordinary day tomorrow. They wouldn't be that lucky. That night, all 5,382 people living in the town would be massacred. This is SCP-8876. Exactly how the events in Hadley unfolded remains shrouded in mystery, with the Foundation's investigation into the horrific massacre of the townsfolk still underway. Codenamed SCP-8876, this anomaly is an enigma, its documentation ever evolving as new evidence surfaces. The investigation is still ongoing, and certain information could be considered out of date or in need of reviewing before a new iteration of the anomaly's entry of the SCP Foundation's database is authorized for publication. Investigative agents of the Foundation's Department of Anomalous Crimes began by gathering up all the surveillance footage from and surrounding the Silverstone pork processing plant. It is a factory largely used for slaughtering livestock, packaging, and shipping meat products. It is here that the Foundation suspects SCP-8876 took place, the key evidence being the remains that they've uncovered at the scene, and not the typical type of meat usually found in Silverstone. When agents arrived on the scene, several of the plant's livestock were loose, having seemingly been freed from their pens and able to walk freely around the storehouses. Of course, loose animals are hardly an issue that warrants the intervention of the SCP Foundation, but what investigators found when they scoured the rest of the factory certainly did. The interior of the property houses an assemblage of human viscera. These remnants were found in various parts of the plant, littering the area mainly contained within the building itself, but also found scattered throughout the premises. This viscera has been collectively referred to as SCP-8876-1. The majority of these human remains are not anomalous themselves. Preliminary rapid DNA testing performed on the scene provided the Foundation with the first horrifying answer in their growing list of questions. That being, yes, SCP-8876-1 is what's left of the 5,382 residents of nearby Hadley, North Carolina. That fatality figure includes all staff who made up part of the Silverstone pork processing plant's workforce, and the factory owners. The Silverstone pork processing plant has been declared an anomalous crime scene, while the SCP Foundation attempts to determine what exactly happened to these people. The Department of Anomalous Crimes has confirmed that while the body parts and remnants of the people of Hadley aren't anomalous, there's a strong indication that the way in which they were dispatched was. As for what that is, though, the answer is still unknown. The gruesome state of most of the recovered remains strongly suggests a cause of death far too complex and anomalous to be attributed to the industrial machinery scattered throughout the plant. Many of the remains bear injuries that do not correlate to those that can be inflicted on the human body by machinery used in the slaughter of animals. Anomalous forensic analysts recovered fragments of human viscera entangled within the plant's machinery. However, further analysis has concluded that if these machines were indeed instrumental in the manifestation of SCP-8876, their operation would have required some kind of anomalous influence. Industrial machinery of this nature isn't designed to slaughter such a large number of victims, let alone butchering this many entire human bodies in a single night. Elsewhere on the scene, another investigator encountered something just as horrific in the plant's packing and distribution area. This investigator had been excused from the main floor of the factory to get some much-needed fresh air after witnessing the sheer amount of human remains indoors. However, having made a wrong turn, the investigator found themselves in a part of the plant where slaughtered meat is packaged, ready to be shipped. The smell of the room was so overpowering that it caused the investigator to be violently sick, a sensation that would only worsen when they took a closer look at what was inside. The packaging and distribution area was housing several large pallets of what appeared to be freshly slaughtered pork, so fresh, in fact, that much of it was still bloody. Upon taking a closer look, however, the investigator found that these pallets had been stacked with several factory-sealed packages of human detritus. This discovery caused another inescapable wave of nausea, resulting in the investigator being dismissed from the scene after raising the alarm. They immediately requested a leave of absence from the Department of Anomalous Crimes, owing to a severe degree of psychological distress, with the stated reason being, quote, "Finding literal packaged human remains in a meat packing plant, that's enough to give anyone nightmares." However, while the department's resources are still focused on SCP-8876, the investigators' request for leave is still pending Foundation approval. Investigators have at least determined that none of these packaged SCP-8876-1 remains were shipped out of the Silverstone plant, and instead all of the remnants of the victims are contained to the site of the incident. The packaging process used to wrap the viscera appears to also be incompatible with the existing methods used at the factory. It is impossible to perform without heavily specialized equipment that is not present at the plant. There were still several key pieces of information that the investigation team couldn't glean from assessing the scene. The question of exactly what had done this, reduced several human beings to little more than scattered remains, was just one missing part of an incomplete jigsaw. Agents within the Department of Anomalous Crimes had no way of proving whether the massacre at the Silverstone plant had been a premeditated or planned attack of some kind, or a random act of anomalous violence. Following their initial survey of the area, the Foundation was able to close down and contain Silverstone pork processing, barring anyone that wasn't personnel with adequate clearance from entry. The plant itself and surrounding area were cordoned off, and any companies that the meat processing facility was contacted to operate for were soon contacted and informed of the situation. Naturally, telling anyone outside of the Foundation that over 5,000 people's remains were found in the plant would incite mass panic. So the contracting companies and the wider public were fed a cover story. The SCP Foundation continued its investigation into the Silverstone plant incident under the guise of a large-scale inquiry by the United States Environmental Protection Agency. To maintain the cover, companies contracted with Silverstone were informed of operational disruptions, urging them to seek alternative suppliers to meet their needs. In other words, the Foundation's counterintelligence efforts turned all eyes away from Hadley, North Carolina, and the factory full of human remains. The first week of examining the scene drew to its grim, muted close. Nobody was eager to be working on this case. There had been over 800 carcasses that anomalous forensic analysts had been able to sift through and identify. Most of the positives were thanks to medical and dental records, since the remains themselves were mangled beyond all recognition. Investigative teams continued poring over every nook and cranny of the packaging plant, scouring every detail looking for evidence. As for what they were hoping to find, anomalous residuals, proof of trauma, or anything else that could help them narrow down the cause of death for the over 500 victims of SCP-8876. Before the week had ended, members of the Department of Anomalous Crimes assigned to the Hadley case had a nickname for the plant itself. Given its use as a slaughterhouse and the sheer amount of still unidentified human remains, many took to calling the place the Killing Floor. Despite the work they'd already done, the Foundation's investigators were still clueless as to what caused the SCP-8876 massacre. An inciting incident couldn't be determined from the carnage left at Silverstone. Even examining the plant's work logs and the backgrounds of its numerous employees didn't uncover a shred of evidence. Looking for any kind of advantage in understanding this mess, the Department of Anomalous Crimes Unit Director, James Barnes, filed an official personnel request with the SCP Foundation only 5 days after the massacre was thought to have taken place. The unit director wanted to bring in investigators with psychic capabilities. Overwatch Command quickly approved the request and dispatched Detective Allison Presley to the scene. Presley was handpicked for her experiences in studying anomalous abilities, in particular extrasensory animal communication. Those with enough training in this field are able to retrocognitively view the memories of a simple organism through direct physical touch. The only possible living witnesses to the SCP-8876 incident were the livestock kept on site. The conference room of Silverstone Pork Processing was converted into a makeshift office for Unit Director Barnes, known as Temporary Site 8876. The room came complete with an observation window, giving him a view into the room being used as a chamber for Detective Presley to conduct her extrasensory viewing sessions with the various pigs kept at Silverstone. The initial viewings with one of these pigs was disrupted when Presley had to exit the observation chamber and retrieve a syringe of HA9 from a briefcase. This chemical compound is used by individuals with psychic abilities in order to suppress their own emotional and cognitive limitations. And by limitations, we mean the natural emotionally traumatic response that a person would have to retrocognitively relive a mass slaughter. Taking the HA9 syringe, Presley guided the needle into the sclera of her right eye, and pushing the pump, injecting herself with the suppressant in one eye and then the other, ready to continue her viewing sessions. The first of these to unearth any notable details was with POI 8876-0573, a specimen of an adult male pig. Using her preferred technique for extrasensory communication, Detective Presley placed her hands on the animal's head and began sifting through its recent memories to find any that might be potentially relevant. She would begin describing a memory she could see to Director Barnes, seeing the pig leaving its pen alongside dozens of other livestock. The group of swine were headed into a sprawling industrial area. Barnes assumed that this was the interior factory floor of Silverstone Pork Processing, but the descriptions were somewhat muddled. Detective Presley was aware that this animal had far more limitations to its recall than a human being, meaning she couldn't link the location she saw in its memory to Silverstone with any degree of certainty. She also pointed out a particular sensory issue, similar to the one that had prematurely ended her initial viewing session only a few minutes prior, leading her to need a boost of HA9. There was an overwhelming amount of noise that surrounded the memory, that seemed to be a mix of industrial machinery sounds and the noise of human beings. Thanks to her injections of the HA9 suppressing compound, Presley was able to continue viewing the memory this time. After a few minutes, the anomalous detective found another relevant memory. The pig was now walking around the factory, surrounded by several rows of large enclosures, all stacked on top of each other. Figures were reaching out from within the enclosures, the pig avoiding them, unable to make out exactly what they were. Presley felt the sensation of a hand tightly gripping the pig before loosening its grip. The same combined cacophony of human and industrial noise permeated through this memory too, though Presley could hear it with a little more clarity this time. She heard several human voices screaming in panic. The memory gave way to a more vivid image. The enclosures were filled to the brim with humans, who had been laid on top of each other to fill as much space as possible. Many inside were covered with waste and fluids, while others were motionless, laying unresponsive at the bottom of their cages. The same sounds of panic that Presley heard before were there again, people's voices crying out in pain as they were trapped, writhing against each other. However, because of the pig's limited perspective she was hearing the noises through, she was unable to make out anything intelligible in their screams. There was one more fleeting visual in the memory before Presley lost her connection with the pig. It had been staring into an empty enclosure cage that was slowly filling up with human-shaped figures, each manifesting behind the bars one at a time. After losing her connection with the subject, Detective Presley was unable to establish further psychic communication with the pig, so moved on to another. Within POI 8876-1123, Presley recovered another relevant memory. This new male pig was watching a large industrial machine alongside an audience of several other swine. This memory seemed to stand out to the psychic detective, feeling more vivid than was usually possible with an ordinary animal's recall. Of the details she was able to interpret, Presley saw a cage, likely one of the enclosures from before, being dumped into the machine, which had a large funnel at its top. Out of the cage, an indiscernible number of human beings were dropped into this funnel. There were dozens of similar machines, each being filled up with cages of victims, forming an entire production line. In the memory, the hand of one of the humans grabbed the edge of the funnel, briefly managing to pull themselves and another person up before both fell back in, pulled in with the mass of bodies. On another machine, two humans fought with each other to keep their grip on the edge of the funnel, only for their fight to be in vain when both sank into the sea of flesh. Presley then collected a series of shorter memories from the same subject. She saw the pig walking over a floor covered with entrails, so much that the tiling underneath was completely obscured. In another, she saw human victims being hung from their Achilles tendons on a rack of hooks that was moving deeper into the factory. Throughout all the memories she observed, Detective Presley noted that the pigs were experiencing prolonged feelings of fear and agitations, possibly towards the victims. But she had to emphasize that emotions this intense were incredibly uncommon compared to the animal's usual aggression. POI 8876-0012 was an adult female pig, and the next one that Presley was able to glean anything useful from. She discovered a memory linked to the sensation of scalding water and honed in on it. Observing the memory, she saw the pig standing near a row of large metal scalding tubs that were slightly out of perspective. She could still tell, thanks to the sounds surrounding the subject, that a series of unknown objects were falling into tubs, resulting in a splash of boiling water. The memory then shifted to a flash of a mound of bodies, all scalded and boiled by the water, and all of them were alive. Detective Presley believed that these people were still conscious despite their severe injuries, with their skin burned and boiled beyond all recognition. They continued to writhe and thrash around together inside the tub after the scalding water was drained out. Following another memory connected to the feeling of hunger, Presley witnesses the female pig in front of a feeding trough. However, rather than being filled with conventional pig feed, the trough was filled with a considerably more unorthodox meal. The sensations aren't exact, but she detects flesh, blood, and realizing what the pig had been fed made her feel sick. By this point, Detective Presley has been put through the ringer, mentally and physically exhausted, having analyzed the memories of 30 different pigs. Having seen and described the harrowing final moments of the residents of Hadley, North Carolina, she was still at a loss as to how they'd all ended up dead. Unit Director Barnes asked her for insight, to which she responded with a working theory that all this torture might have been consensual on the part of the townspeople. The Foundation was no stranger to encountering anomalous cults, and those with enough influence over others to induce mass compulsion effects. Someone, or something, could have compelled the victims to throw themselves into the Silverstone factory's industrial machines as some means of mass human sacrifice. Barnes wasn't convinced, thinking this had to be against the town's will. Presley didn't entirely buy her own theory either. It was hard to fully trust the limited recollection of the pigs. They were hardly gospel, but they seemed to show that the victims and machinery was being moved around, manipulated by some unseen force. She also noted that the pigs she viewed so far all had little agency beyond that of ordinary pigs, except for when it came to their emotions. She could feel hatred coming from some of them, which was highly unusual. Aggression was to be expected. It is a natural animal instinct. Hatred, though, is a distinctly human feeling, and the pigs' hate was directed at the human victims. The visual recollection of their memories was too consistently clear across all the subjects, too. The pigs had been looking at the humans while they were slaughtered. They were fixated, as if they wanted to look. Barnes threw around some other theories, like anomalous activist groups, possibly trying to make a statement about animal cruelty. But of the groups of interest known to the Foundation who were concerned with animal rights, none had the capabilities to pull off a massacre on this scale. SCP-8876 could only have been enacted by someone with extremely potent anomalous abilities. Someone that was likely so powerful that, if they'd encountered them before, the Foundation would have documented. The suspect, whoever or whatever had committed the horrific mass murder, didn't seem to have any affiliations with anyone the Foundation knew. And it couldn't have been the pigs. Pigs don't just wake up and suddenly learn to hate, do they? Heading back into the observation chamber, Detective Presley scoured the memories of a young male pig, designated as POI 8876-1438. The suckling had been feeding when a feeling of intense aggression suddenly interrupted it. There was a commotion somewhere in the factory, and the subject, along with other pigs, scrambled to see what was going on. Through flashes, the psychic detective saw the human victims of SCP-8876 running around the factory. While she couldn't see all of the ensuing chaos, Presley understood what was happening. This was a prison break. The humans were attempting to escape. Many were running through the enclosures she'd seen in the other pigs' memories, freeing their fellow captive humans from the cages. In its memory, the young pig watched its mother squeal and charge towards a group of surviving humans. Some of them were instantly moved elsewhere in the factory by the same unseen force as before, while others ran for their lives, scattering into the darkness. When observing the memories of another adult male pig, POI 8876-0023, Presley witnessed a conveyor belt of restrained humans in the animal's peripheral vision. It was moving steadily, stretching each victim's limbs to their limits as it did. The creature felt alert, as around it dozens of other pigs were rushing through the factory floor, underneath machinery and atop balconies. Presley continued viewing the subsequent memory, seeing the pig standing alongside several dozen others on a balcony that surrounded an enclosed depression down below. There, pipes were funneling a constant stream of blood, viscera, and other byproducts into a pit, where a group of humans were. Detective Presley believed these were the escapees from the suckling's memories. being made to drown in the excess of other slaughtered humans as punishment. The next pig, POI 8876-0282, an adult female, contained memories of a room filled with several dozen pallets, all stacked with unmarked aluminum cans. One of the cans rolled towards the pig and burst open with a hiss. A large clump of tissue oozed out of the can, a muscle that expanded and contracted despite being severed from a body. The pig then ate the contents of the can. Presley had determined several pieces of crucial information from the latest batch. Whatever was responsible for SCP-8876 was using the pigs as an alarm system of sorts, allowing their commotion to notify it that humans were trying to escape. The unknown anomalous entity had somehow kept the animals on high alert, making them rush at the escapees, using them as extra eyes to observe the captured residents of Hadley. But even more important was that the memories she had viewed didn't take place inside the Silverstone pork processing plant. The surroundings were different. So was the excessive machinery, and the plant itself wasn't capable of a mass slaughter on such a scale. The lack of any anomalous residuals on the factory or the collective SCP-8876-1 remains also ruled out any kind of reality bending being used to alter space. Detective Presley believed that the victims and the pigs had been moved out of Hadley to a second location, the place where the memories took place, and then delivered back to Silverstone afterwards. When it came to why, Barnes and Presley had one of two answers. Either the pigs at the processing plant had been the closest cluster of animals that entity had encountered to use as its extra eyes, or two, this had been a targeted attack on Hadley and Silverstone from the beginning. It almost read as a statement, an act of retaliation. If all the anomaly knew was the slaughterhouse, then it made sense that it would dump the remains of its victims back at the processing plant. Barnes suggested that it might have been the work of an employee having some kind of anomalous episode, perhaps in reaction to seeing the day in and day out loss of life at Silverstone. But Presley had a different theory. She thought that whatever had done this had emerged from the factory itself, some kind of thought form or egregore created by mass feelings or ideas. If an anomaly like this became strong enough, they could sometimes manifest a physical totem, a representation of themselves. And Silverstone, a place full of constant animal death and suffering, with a clear power dynamic between the workers and the livestock for the slaughter, seemed to be the perfect place for an entity like that to appear. Examining more pigs, Presley didn't focus on specific memories, but instead performed an unconscious probe, allowing the animal's recall to present itself without any other prompts. What she saw were flashes of the poor conditions at Silverstone. Pigs in crowded enclosures unable to reach water troughs thanks to being packed so close together. One pig, POI 8876-1391, had a memory of accidentally stomping a suckling to death just to get a drink. Scenes of intense slaughter flashed through Presley's mind. She was shown pig carcasses being chopped up by machinery in the assembly line. Then she was shown the factory's workers, unpacking the pork products they had brought home from work as they sat down at the dinner table. These were accompanied by an intense feeling of aggression. The memories then shifted to those that Presley had seen in the other subjects. The roles of the slaughterhouse reversed, with humans enclosed together, made to writhe in pits of filth and viscera. Then came POI 8876-1948. Like with the other subjects before, Presley placed her hands on the animal, expecting to repeat the process of viewing its memories, only to pull her hands away and scream. She rushed into the makeshift office, visibly shaking. Thinking that the psychic detective had reached her limit, Unit Director Barnes held down on the intercom, signaling to the rest of the research team that they'd need another batch of HA9 suppressant. There was no response. Barnes tried the intercom again, instructing everyone on site to report in. The rest of the unit should have still been on standby, but there was no response. Presley gradually managed to compose herself, telling Barnes that the compound hadn't worn off at all. It was the latest subject. She hadn't been able to read it at all, because it wasn't a pig. Monitoring recorded surveillance footage of Silverstone pork processing and the surrounding area, the Foundation quickly became aware that Detective Presley, Unit Director Barnes, the entire Department of Anomalous Crimes research team, and all the gathered livestock seemed to have suddenly disappeared. Any attempts to discern their exact whereabouts have failed. The SCP Foundation is still looking into alternative methods of monitoring the site of SCP-8876. However, time is not on their side. And if Presley, Barnes, and the research team ended up in the same place that the other humans did, then time's not on their side either. Once all ongoing investigations are complete, the SCP Foundation's Department of Dissolution will permanently shutter the Silverstone pork processing plant, the process of which was already started when the Foundation discovered evidence of SCP-8876. The department has projected that they will need at maximum 3 months to completely clear the plant ready for demolition. Under approval from the federal government of the United States, the Foundation has purged any physical remnants of Hadley, North Carolina, and any informational records of the township or its deceased residents have been destroyed. There is an effort to reach the distant families of any SCP-8876 victims who live elsewhere, so that these people can be administered with amnestics in order to forget their deceased relatives ever existed. As far as the world will know, there is no Hadley, North Carolina. There is no Silverstone pork packing plant. 5,832 people did not die in a meat packing factory. There is no SCP-8876. There is no killing floor.
Hey folks, welcome back to SCP Explained. Sorry if I seem a little out of it today. Truth be told, I've been having real trouble sleeping lately. Perhaps it's because I spend so much time pouring through the files of the SCP Foundation archive. Also, I've been catching up on the West Wing. There's plenty of creatures, entities, objects, and tales that are very effective at making you lose sleep, but none quite as effective as SCP-966. Grab yourself a pot of coffee and prop your eyelids open with some matchsticks or tape, because you need to stay alert if you want to survive this one. Though when you get on the wrong side of SCP-966, I'm sorry to tell you that your chances of survival are extremely low. And after experiencing its primary anomalous effects, the question of how long you'll even want to survive will become disturbingly prescient. Like many of our explorations into the living nightmares that the SCP Foundation deals with on a daily basis, the best way to experience exactly what SCP-966 can do is to take a look at a case study regarding one of its many unfortunate victims. In this case, that victim is a man named Terry Hallberg from New Mexico. In another life, perhaps Terry would have been an ideal candidate for a junior researcher position at the SCP Foundation. He was a scientific-minded truth seeker whose interests lied in the more esoteric fields of study, namely ghosts and aliens. Proving the existence of life in the stars and the supernatural in general was something he considered to be his life's work. This is why he moved to New Mexico, home of Roswell, and widely considered to be the UFO capital of the United States in the first place. There, he'd perform experiments on a wide range of bizarre phenomenon, from exploring haunted houses to obsessively watching the sky for any anomalous activity. He'd become a bigwig in his niche online paranormal investigation community, and his posts on the somewhat infamous Parawatch forum always garnered plenty of attention. But Terry wanted more. He wasn't in it for the fame, or the money, or the legions of insatiable paranormal investigator groupies. He was a true believer. He wanted a close, first-hand experience with the supernatural, and that was exactly what he was about to get, in addition to a very harsh lesson about being careful what you wish for. It began when he got called out to Albuquerque for a strange case of cattle mutilation. For those who don't frequent the Parawatch forums quite as often as Terry, cattle mutilation is the most common nickname for the phenomenon of large livestock, usually cows, being found dead with unusual mutilation patterns on their corpses. While the particulars of what exactly this means varies from believer to believer, with theories ranging from aliens to black helicopters, it is widely accepted across all branches of paranormal enthusiasts that when cattle are being mutilated, something very strange is afoot. Terry arrived at the ranch, and with the application of a little cash to grease the appropriate palms, he was able to conduct a recorded interview with the rancher. He was a weathered man in his early 60s, with a somewhat frantic demeanor and profoundly tired eyes. When Terry asked him if he'd experienced any unusual phenomenon in the days leading up to the cattle mutilation incident, he was surprisingly forthcoming about the hellish conditions he'd been experiencing lately. The strange experiences had been going on for several days now. It all started when the rancher noticed that a number of his cows weren't sleeping. This isn't the easiest thing to spot in a cow, because cattle engage in what is known as polyphasic sleep, where instead of sleeping for one prolonged period like humans typically do, they sleep in small intervals throughout a 24-hour period. Cows can even sleep standing up for periods of light rest, but during REM sleep, which all mammals need for healthy functioning, they lay down just like us. The problem was, in the last several days, many of the rancher's cows hadn't slept at all. It was after this that the rancher seemingly began to have bizarre paranormal experiences himself. It began with a general sense of unease and dread, which was soon followed by a sense of severe insomnia that had left him completely unable to sleep for the past 2 days. During this period, things had gotten worse. He'd experienced strange noises around his home, footsteps, what sounded like hushed voices, and occasionally even what could only be identified as a low, croaking growl. But it wasn't just noises. There was also physical evidence of some kind of intrusion. Items had been knocked over or moved. At one point, a glass of water, which had been centralized on a stable surface, had somehow fallen off the edge and shattered. The old rancher, with a trembling voice, even stated that he'd seen things moving in the corners of his eyes. Figures, shapes, little green men. And then, the cattle mutilation spree began. It may have sounded morbid, but Terry had to use everything in his power to stop himself from smiling ear to ear. While this was a terrifying experience for the rancher, for Terry, this was an absolutely textbook case of paranormal experience. And here he was, the very first person to document it all. It could be the next Skinwalker Ranch or Rendlesham Forest incident, and his name would forever be attached to it. He asked the rancher if he could see the cow's body, and the rancher obliged. Whatever had caused this, alien, ghost, or otherwise, had really done a number on this cow. Good portions of its abdomen had been torn away, with evidence of what appeared to be biting and clawing. This poor beast had been eaten alive. While exploring the wounds with a magnifying glass, a scalpel, and a large pair of tweezers, Terry discovered something incredible. Something frankly unprecedented for a cattle mutilation case. A piece of evidence left behind directly by whatever had perpetrated this act of gruesome violence. A long, thin, and exceedingly sharp claw, around 12 centimeters in length and broken at one end. New Mexico's large predators included mountain lions, black bears, bobcats, and coyotes, and this claw was nothing like any of those. In fact, it was nothing like Terry had ever seen before. Was this his big moment? Had he discovered evidence of an entirely new supernatural creature or a specimen of extraterrestrial life? He was practically vibrating with excitement about this new discovery. After thanking and paying the rancher again, Terry took some photos, gathered some more samples, and left. He had everything he needed to conduct a groundbreaking investigation into the supernatural. Just wait until the folks on Parawatch heard about this. In all his excitement, as he drove back home from the ranch, he never once stopped to consider what he might be bringing back with him. But really, in the end, it didn't even matter. From the moment he stepped onto that ranch, Terry Hallberg was already doomed. He just didn't know it yet. He arrived home and began to record all of his information onto one master document. He also began obsessively assembling outside research, hoping to find similar cases that he could add to this emerging pattern. It was a mix of phenomenon from both hauntings and alien encounters. Could this possibly be some form of alien ghost? The dream find of every paranormal investigator. Terry had to still his racing heart as the possibilities bombarded his mind. He could have been working with the paranormal find of the century here. In fact, he was so excited by all of this, he didn't even realize that he worked through the entire night. He didn't sleep a wink. After all, how could you, when such important research needed to be done? The burst of nocturnal energy felt like a godsend. The next night, not so much. In the meantime, Terry had compiled his information together enough to present it to his esteemed paranormal colleagues on the Parawatch forums. They were startled and amazed by what they were seeing and hearing, especially the taped interview with the rancher and the mysterious claw. One of Terry's closest associates, who went by the username John Station, pulled up a similar bizarre case of a Los Angeles hiker who died in the hills. In the days before his death, his family and friends reported him complaining about insomnia and experiencing an increasing state of paranoia and distress. He started taking long walks across remote trails in hopes of tiring himself out enough to finally get some sleep, but that time never came. When his corpse was found, it was mauled and half-eaten. Everyone assumed that a mountain lion had killed him, and other scavengers had fed on him before his body was found. But now, Terry wasn't so sure. The more they looked into it, the more they found strange and unpleasant deaths connected to people suffering from what seemed like severe insomnia. Despite its debilitating effects, the only type of insomnia that directly causes death is the exceedingly rare genetic condition fatal familial insomnia, which couldn't account for the sheer number of deaths the Parawatch team were finding. In their minds, there was only one reasonable conclusion. The deaths weren't the result of the insomnia itself, but whatever was causing it. It was only then that Terry noticed his own inability to sleep, and his previous excitement was gradually replaced with panic. At first, he tried to keep it all in proportion, knowing that it's easy to invent things to fear when you're in uncharted territory. But as the days passed and the sleep never came, his worry became unassailable. Terry knew that he hadn't just discovered a new paranormal phenomenon, he was becoming one of its victims. He became increasingly paranoid over the next few days, taking constant EVP readings from around his apartment in hopes of detecting whatever was around him. There were strange noises, frightening noises. He just knew it. But little did poor Terry know, there was a very good reason he couldn't detect his tormentors. While he had been in his apartment for days now, he had no hope of ever seeing them. The human eye's spectrum of visible light is around 380 to 750 nanometers, but the monsters who deprived him of his ability to sleep existed somewhere around 900. They were entirely undetectable to the human eye, and they were waiting for their latest meal. As the insomnia grew worse, Terry received some frightening news. That rancher who he'd spoken to a few days before was found dead on his property, with severe injuries comparable to that of a wild animal attack. Just like his cattle, and just like all the other strange cases the Parawatch Forum had found, first the insomnia, then the frightening paranormal experiences, and then Terry felt something warm and wet trickling down the back of his neck. He probably would have realized it was his own blood if a 20-centimeter claw, just like the one he had pulled out of the dead cow, hadn't just pierced his brainstem. Terry Hallberg had finally gotten what he wanted, a first-hand experience with the supernatural, and all he had to do was die. But in his defense, being saved from SCP-966, a whole species of monsters known as the Sleep Killers, is almost worse than being killed by them. When they release their deadly energy pulse, their primary anomalous effect, which induces sleeplessness on anyone or anything in their immediate 20-meter radius, the effects are permanent. They essentially induce fatal insomnia, and your only options are to die by their claws or live long enough to see your own body and mind give out from the horrible effects of true sleep deprivation. They travel in pairs, and because of their invisibility, you never know when they're lurking around you, waiting to rob you of your sleep and then your life. The Foundation currently has 4 specimens in containment, but believe us, there are a lot more out there, and they're hungry. Sleep tight, if you can.
Ask anyone that has been through it, and they'll all tell you the same. That moving home is maybe one of the most stressful things that a normal person can ever experience. It's a logistical nightmare right from the start. The moment you talk to a realtor about being interested in selling your current house and buying another, everything goes downhill from there. After that moment, an avalanche of things comes hurtling towards you. Finding a place you like, making an offer, letting people look around your house, waiting for them to make a counteroffer, exchanging contracts, and that's before you even have thought about packing. And as MalO had learned, doing all of that on your own only makes the stress of moving feel all the more potent. But he had finally made it. After a constant back and forth with his realtor, the time had come for him to pack up all of his worldly possessions and relocate to a brand new place to call home. He had felt it was long overdue for him to get a change of scenery, and luckily, just the right place had come onto the market to answer that call. It was a pretty big house, bigger than MalO's previous home, but considerably cheaper. In fact, he thought it had been significantly undervalued. The house had an almost Victorian-era feel to it, all beautifully carved and varnished woodwork and creaky old floorboards, but in more of an elegant, refined sort of way, rather than a creepier one. That's not to say MalO's new place wasn't without its more unsettling elements. Aside from being big, spacious, and easy to imagine as being haunted, the creepiest thing about the house, aside from its frighteningly low price, was the story of what happened to the previous owners.
Obviously, you know that legally we have to disclose whether or not anyone died on this property, the realtor had explained, wearing a forced grin as she showed MalO around the house. Hearing that sentence, he could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Someone died here? He asked in disbelief. No, of course not, sir. The realtor instantly walked back her statement, less in an effort to ease her client's nerves, but more to ensure that she still closed the deal and earned her commission bonus. Then why the hell would you start a sentence like that? MalO asked. We just have to give full disclosure, but I assure you, the previous residents didn't die on the grounds of this house. She gave that fake smile again. It was pretty ineffectual at reassuring him. So, what happened to the last owner? Well, it's a bit of a mystery, to be honest. A local legend, if you like. But hey, that gives the place more flavor, hearing some spooky history, right? Think of what a conversation starter that will be. The realtor ended her sentence with a forced snorting laugh, but reined it back in when she realized MalO wasn't laughing with her. As far as I know, there used to be an older couple living here, the Shaws. They were apparently very quiet, reclusive, kept to themselves a lot. I'm sure you know the type. MalO couldn't help but notice she shot him a look as she said that part, as if she was silently passing judgment on the fact he was planning on moving in alone. But they used to spend a lot of time tending the garden out front, so their neighbors would see them pretty frequently, which meant they were all okay and no one had any bad mishaps in the house. You know how old folks can be, such a worry when they get to that age. Yeah, totally, MalO interjected, aware the realtor was stalling. He repeated, so what actually happened to them? Well, that's the thing, she shrugged. Nobody knows the full story. One day, the neighbors across the street noticed they hadn't seen Mr. and Mrs. Shaw for quite a while, so naturally they came on over here to see if they were in, and the last thing they wanted was to assume everything was hunky-dory here. I mean, hey, better safe than sorry, right? But once they got inside, they couldn't find either of them. Mr. and Mrs. Shaw were just gone, vanished without a trace. Most people on the street thought they had just sold the place, kept it quiet and moved away, retired to somewhere nice and exotic. Oh, well, that sounds nice, I suppose, MalO replied, relieved to hear that there hadn't been any brutal unsolved murders in the house, and that it most likely wasn't haunted. That's just what the neighbors think anyway, the realtor continued. Of course, they hadn't sold the house, they'd just left it. When my firm came in to repossess the place, it had all their belongings in it. Some might even still be laying around here. Anyway, did you want to have a look at that contract? Well, strictly speaking, MalO was the only human living in his new house. He was never fully alone. He had arrived with his two closest friends, a pair of pets he had adopted while living in his old house. One was a hamster by the name of Donut, named after his round little body, and the golden brown shade of his fur had reminded MalO of the glazed sugary baked treat. The other was Pixel, a bearded dragon with a pattern on his scales that resembled some kind of mosaic art. The first order of business, MalO had decided, was before even unpacking, he needed to make sure his scaly and furry friends each had a suitable place to stay and that he got them fed. Little did he realize, there was something else living in the house with them. Something that was far bigger and was getting much hungrier than either of his pets would. Looking around the house, MalO stumbled across a few boxes that he hadn't brought with him. Like the realtor had said, the Shaws still had some of their possessions left lying around the place. Most of it was useless to MalO. Old man's clothes or a set of knitting needles and rolls of colorful thread. It was those particular clues that seemed to imply Mrs. Shaw had a lot of free time on her hands and maybe took up knitting as a hobby during retirement. Of course, the bigger clue was the huge handmade blanket that MalO found draped over some of the remaining boxes in the attic. He wasn't exactly well versed in knitwear, but he could appreciate the craft behind this soft blanket. It clearly had a lot of time and effort put into making it, painstakingly knitting each and every individual thread, looping it around a pair of steel needles, and eventually, after hours of wearing out shaking, bony fingers, produce something that actually looked quite nice. Even though the idea of sitting and knitting a blanket might have been one of the most boring uses of time MalO could imagine, he still had to admit he was surprised that the Shaws had left this particular piece of bedding behind. It seemed like it would be pretty comfy to sleep under. It might help keep a person warm at night now that the colder seasons were approaching. What's more was that the blanket was clean, almost like it had been freshly washed. There was no old person smell on it, no dirt or discoloration, not a stain. and it hadn't even accumulated any dust in its fibers. In fact, he noticed that there was hardly any dust at all up in the attic, despite the house being empty for so long. He assumed the realtors had hired someone as a caretaker while they found a buyer for the place, and they had kept the place clean. After all, what other conclusion could they have possibly drawn? It's not as if something had eaten all the dust. That would be absurd. He'd have a sort through of the Shaw's leftovers later, maybe sell some of it off at a local yard sale or give it to a thrift store. But that blanket might come in handy when it started snowing, so MalO had half a mind to keep it. Now, part of what makes moving home such a stressful life experience isn't just all the logistical and administrative parts of the process. It's only made worse by the fact that it takes forever to move into a new house fully. That's the part everyone always forgets about. The months after a move, when you're forced to live amongst towers of cardboard boxes, all your worldly possessions buried deep within them, and you can never remember which crate anything is in when you urgently need it. So realizing it would take him much longer to unpack all of his things, MalO set about making sure he had everything that Donut and Pixel would need already to hand. The latter of his two pets, the bearded dragon, usually spent most of his days in a spacious glass tank. MalO didn't love the idea of keeping either of his two best buds so confined, but Pixel never went very far anyway, content to lay under a heat lamp almost perfectly still for most of the day. Donut, on the other hand, was much more of a free spirit. The tiny brown hamster physically could not stay still, and most days seemed to be filled with more energy than MalO was. As a result, he let the little guy roll about inside a little plastic ball all day long, until his little hamster feet gave out. And now Donut had much more space to zip around inside his ball, so while he entertained himself, MalO could focus on what needed fixing, cleaning, and generally improving around the house. It didn't take him long to realize, however, that the realtors had pulled a bit of a fast one on him. Despite the absolute steal of a price that MalO had been offered, it quickly became clear that the unknown fate of the previous residents wasn't the only detail about the house that had been conveniently kept hidden. The place was in dire need of repair, with a lot of the old woodwork rapidly rotting away. If left unchecked, parts of the house could collapse and come apart at the seams. To make matters worse, the boiler was an ancient iron monstrosity that was barely able to produce warm water, which would quickly become an even bigger problem when the weather started to get colder. Then, to top off the trifecta of unforeseen issues and teething problems with his new place, MalO couldn't sleep. It was to be expected. After all, the house was old, worn out, and had definitely seen better days. There were bound to be a few noises, the odd creak coming from upstairs when MalO and his two pets were all downstairs, the tapping of branches against windows blowing in the wind outside. But for some reason, every audible disturbance that emanated from some hidden corner of the building only seemed to get 1,000 times louder when the sun went down. At nighttime, every squeaky floorboard or random noise of the house settling was nearly deafening, enough to pull MalO right out of what little restless sleep he was getting. The worst part about it was, though he couldn't help it, it made him feel unwelcome, as if Mr. and Mrs. Shaw were angered that he had moved in. In the dark, it was hard not to picture every sound as one or both of the old couple creeping through the corridors, coming to reclaim their home and remove MalO from the premises. One night, the noises started invading what little sleep MalO did manage to get, spilling into his dream and causing them to devolve into unsettling nightmares. There was an old photograph in a frame that he had come across in the personal effects left behind by the Shaws, showing the pair of them staring disapprovingly out of the image at him. Now, thanks to the creaking wooden structure of the house and the sounds it made at night, MalO was seeing the old couple in every bad dream he had. Both their faces were locked in those same still, frozen expressions of contempt as they tried to exorcise him like an interloper on their property. That was the final nail in the coffin that made MalO realize he needed to look at other options. Surely there had to be some way to induce a deep enough sleep so that the sounds the house was making weren't keeping him up or incepting nightmares anymore. He called the local doctor, arranging a consultation for later that day. As he hung up the phone, something nudged against his foot. It was Donut, having rolled through the maze of cardboard boxes still filling the house. MalO took one look at the little brown furred hamster, then the crates that still littered the place. Grabbing the leftover items that the Shaws had forgotten to take with them before they vanished, MalO moved those boxes out into the shed. He knew he was probably reaching, that it was hard likely to make even the slightest difference to his sleeping, but maybe keeping their stuff away from him would keep the old couple out of his head. The only thing he kept in the house was the blanket. There was no use letting it go to waste, especially knowing that the boiler was on the blink and it would be cold soon. He rolled it up and left it on his bed, leaving his more mobile pet in the same room before heading out to see the doctor. When MalO got back, a bottle of prescription sleeping pills in his pocket, he couldn't help but notice his room seemed different. The blanket looked like it had fallen off the bed and onto the floor for one. But more worryingly, Donut's plastic travel ball had been split open, laying in pieces on the ground, with its furry little occupant nowhere to be seen. Over the next few hours, MalO searched every corner of the house, calling out to his hamster, trying to lure it back with more morsels of food. But Donut didn't seem to be anywhere. He wasn't even underneath the knitted blanket. Still, there was no sign. As worry set in, MalO hurriedly checked Pixel's cage to see if he was gone too, but the lizard was relaxing, as lethargic as ever, completely unfazed by what was going on. It certainly seemed that when it rained, it really poured in this new house. Just as he was searching for his missing hamster, MalO heard a new, horrible sound echo through the corridors. This one wasn't so much a scary noise, even if it did make him jump, but it was more the inconvenience that came with it. Finally, giving out after God knows how many years it had been installed for, the house's boiler burst. Spending the afternoon into the evening failing to track down one of his missing pets and stopping the huge iron cast boiler from flooding the basement wasn't exactly what MalO had in mind for fun activities to do when he got home. Going to bed frustrated made it as hard to sleep as all the nightly cacophony of creaking floorboards and branches raking against the windows. He tapped out 2 of the pills the doctor had prescribed him, knocking them back with a sharp motion of his head and a swig of cold water before laying back in bed. As night had fallen, the temperature also had plummeted too. Not having a boiler to heat his room meant that MalO couldn't stop himself from shivering in the cold, his breath forming clouds in front of his face. He reached for the knitted blanket and threw it over himself, curling up underneath it to try and provide an extra layer of warmth to protect himself from the gnawing cold. The pills did as they were meant to, helping MalO to quickly sleep into a much deeper sleep than he had experienced in a while. Although it didn't seem to help the nightmares, Mr. and Mrs. Shaw came back again. This time they had MalO's arms and legs tied up. With their matching disapproving faces, the elderly couple threw something over their helpless victim and tried to smother him to death. For a dream, it felt so intense, so real. MalO could feel a heavy weight on top of his body as he slept. In fact, it felt like it was all around him, engulfing and crushing the life out of him from all sides. But it was the feeling of something wet against his arm, the sensation of liquid against his skin, and the numbness where his hand should be were what finally pulled him out of the dream and into the nightmare. Through the dark and his cloudy vision, MalO could see a wide, gaping maw filled with teeth. The feeling of being crushed was still surrounding him, and despite kicking his legs and trying to free himself from confinement, it didn't stop squeezing him tighter. His panic was already making it harder to catch his breath, but now he could barely fill his lungs enough to scream for help. Not that anyone was around to hear him, but it was the side of his arm that chilled MalO's blood. It wasn't there anymore. Part of it, just above the elbow, was just gone. His hand, fingers, every internal bone and muscle had been reduced to a bloody mess, a slurry of red melting and coming apart. It was runny, little more than a liquid resembling the consistency of sand when it's underwater and becomes sludge. Most of his flesh was liquefied, going further up his arm, and as the blanket pulled its prey into its mouth, until MalO was no more, not a trace of him left, just like the previous owners. Little did MalO, or the Shaws and Donut before him, know, but he'd been the victim of a creature that was part of a rather unique species. While they will often vary in size, shape, pattern, and other aspects of their appearance, SCP-799 always seemed to be ordinary items of knitted bedwear, at least at first. They retain heat like a normal blanket would, and are soft to the touch, and for the most part, don't seem directly harmful. And usually, they aren't. SCP-799s are incapable of much movement, instead laying still a lot of time, not unlike a certain bearded dragon that just lost its owner. They also don't seem to require much in the way of food, extracting what little nutrition they do need by drawing in household dust. A lot of the organic matter in dust is comprised of dead and discarded human hair and skin cells, so this makes sense. This feeding is all done through filtered mouths in the fibers. However, this changes if an SCP-799 blanket is forced to go on a long time without food. While they possess this biological trait themselves, SCP-799 don't seem to regard cold-blooded animals to be the source of food. In fact, they don't even seem to be able to detect other creatures with cold blood, such as reptiles. Instead, SCP-799 will metamorphose into a more predatory form in order to consume any warm-blooded mammal or human being it encounters, transforming its feeding orifices and digestive tract into a singular mouth lined with several rows of sharp, pointed teeth. From there, it will wrap up the largest warm-blooded animal it can find, whether that be a hamster or a grown man, and will tear off parts of its prey, reducing them to little more than a thin slurry as it digests their body mass to feed itself. So if you move into a new house and come across an old knitted blanket, maybe consider throwing it out, if you want to live.
It has been said that death is not the greatest of evils. Rather, it is to wish to die when one cannot. Imagine you were unable to die, never once aging for the rest of time. Sounds like it would be pretty neat, right? Everybody wants to live forever, but we rarely ever think about how traumatic it would be to achieve immortality. Picture all those future historical events you would live through, but think of everyone you would lose as well. All those loved ones that would grow old and pass away while you remain still, staying exactly the same forever, frozen. If you had a finite memory, it would be even worse. No matter who you lost, after centuries you would eventually forget them too. Their smiles, their laughs, every detail of them would be gone from you as you carry on living endlessly. Immortality would likely be a very lonely path, and nobody is a better example of that than SCP-1440, otherwise known as the Old Man from Nowhere. As the nickname describes, SCP-1440 appears, at least at first glance, to be a man of unknown age and ethnicity. SCP-1440 is currently uncontained, but also is not considered hostile or actively evil by the SCP Foundation. Mostly he spends his days wandering the wilderness on his own. On the few instances he has crossed paths with the Foundation, when questioned about his name or where he was born, the old man will refuse to answer. It is not clear if this is because he does not want to divulge personal information about his origins, or if he simply doesn't have answers to those questions. Eyewitness accounts have described the Old Man from Nowhere as looking like an elderly gentleman, approximately 80 years old. However, descriptions of him have not changed at all in the 50 years since SCP-1440's existence was first brought to the Foundation's attention, with him always being described as looking the same way without changing. And there's only one conclusion we can land on from there. SCP-1440 does not age. So you may be wondering, is that it? Is SCP-1440 just an immortal wanderer, a rambling old man who is destined to keep on living long after all of us are dead? Not quite. In fact, that's barely the tip of the proverbial iceberg. Each time that the Old Man from Nowhere comes into contact with a human population, or anything man-made at all, the rest of his anomalous nature is revealed. Not instantly, since he has to remain in contact with a population and stay close to them for a few days. Only then does this adverse effect on humanity and everything connected to it become more apparent. Should SCP-1440 dwell too close to people and man-made structures for any extended period of time, massively destructive events will begin to occur nearby. These events will continue to increase in size and scale, until everything in the immediate vicinity of the Old Man is dead and destroyed. Humans, buildings, vehicles, there is nothing left around him but total and utter devastation. All that survives is SCP-1440 himself, along with the clothes on his back, a sack he carries over one shoulder, a pack of playing cards, and the small glass that he keeps on his person at all times. Even though he causes disaster on a horrendous scale wherever he goes, SCP-1440 is not actively evil. The Old Man is fully aware of the effect he has when stationed too close to civilization for too long, but he doesn't create these destructive events by choice or out of malice for human beings. Death just seems to follow him, whether he wants it to or not. And it is for exactly this reason that he chooses a life of solitude, wandering from place to place with the intention of avoiding human contact for as long as he possibly can. Or at least, that is his intention. But SCP-1440 is unable to stay away for too long. The old man from nowhere suffers from a compulsion to travel in a strange, highly complicated pattern of movement, and despite their best efforts, the researchers of the SCP Foundation have been, thus far, unable to properly analyze this pattern. SCP-1440 literally cannot stop himself. He can't even provide any useful information about why he feels so compelled to travel in such a way, most likely because he is not even aware of it happening. But whatever the reason may be, the old man from nowhere will inevitably travel in his unpredictable patterns that always lead him towards civilization, where he will come into contact with people and ultimately cause their doom. It is due to his unintentional yet highly destructive capabilities that SCP-1440 remains uncontained by the SCP Foundation to this day. All previous attempts to contain him have resulted in catastrophic losses for the Foundation, both in resources and lives of personnel. Even so, the old man is far from hostile and shows no contempt towards human beings. He will even willingly and without resistance allow himself to be captured and subdued whenever the Foundation have attempted to contain him, though he seems to know that it's only a matter of time before everything around him is destroyed and he's forced to embark on his wandering path once again. SCP-1440 was first brought to the attention of the SCP Foundation over 50 years ago. During a commute to work, one of the Foundation's research staff was approached by an old man who appeared to be in his 80s and was asking for her help. When she asked what he needed help with, the man told her that he hoped that the SCP Foundation would be able to destroy him. Not only had he somehow learned the identity of this Foundation doctor and tracked her down, but SCP-1440 had sought out the Foundation so that they could bring an end to his immortal existence permanently. The Foundation had the old man from nowhere brought in for questioning at one of their secret facilities, a grave mistake. Before they could even attempt to theorize a way to terminate SCP-1440 as he requested, the SCP Foundation site was completely obliterated. Over 100 personnel were killed, and the loss of the facility also destroyed 6 safe and Euclid-class SCP objects. Ever since then, any attempt to contain the old man from nowhere has ended in much the same way, with hundreds dead and millions of dollars worth of property destruction. Until they have a surefire way of keeping SCP-1440 and his destructive power contained, their best option is to focus on observing him from a safe distance and trying to predict his travel pattern to steer him away from civilians. But still, the Foundation has persevered with capturing SCP-1440, even if only for brief periods of time. During this time, they have conducted numerous interviews, each time learning more and more about the aloof, elusive immortal and his various exploits over the centuries. Few records of these interviews have managed to survive the destructive power of the old man from nowhere's anomalous abilities. However, there exists one transcript, an interview from the Foundation's 4th attempt to contain SCP-1440 that was logged and saved to a remote server off-site. Before the interview had begun, SCP-1440's arrival to the area had already started to cause adverse effects of the Foundation staff. A number of personnel had reported experiencing severe headaches and nausea. Over the 2 days that followed, many of the site's water purification filters were found to be malfunctioning. Shortly after, a hangar at the site collapsed, killing several Foundation airmen. Additionally, a member of research personnel was found to have suffered a total collapse of both kidneys and lungs simultaneously, all despite having been in perfect physical health. SCP-1440, complying with the Foundation as he had before, sat down with the doctor to commence the interview. The old man was quick to praise the SCP Foundation for their continued efforts to capture and contain him, even though the previous 3 times had all ended catastrophically. He stated that he now knew the Foundation could not help him bring an end to his immortality, and that it was in their best interests to release him. SCP-1440 then warned the doctor that the first brother was standing behind them. During previous interviews, the old man from nowhere had made similar allusions to a group of brothers, 3 of them to be precise. This time he expanded a little on who these brothers were.
3, aye, different, but one and the same. All cruel, all vengeful, all capable of holding a grudge for a long time. They are the cause of my misfortune, and therefore the cause of yours.
It was at that moment that SCP-1440 seemed to notice something standing behind the doctor interviewing him, and warned that the second brother had now joined the first. He claimed that time was running out, and that the Foundation needed to release him for their own safety before it was too late. The doctor politely refused, and inquired about the third brother. SCP-1440 seemed to describe an elusive figure who never appeared to him, but the old man from nowhere seemed to imply that one glimpse of this mysterious third brother would set him free. Perhaps he meant by curing his tortured immortality, or at least making it safe for SCP-1440 to be around people without causing their destruction.
The third never appears. In that he is crueler than both his brothers, for he knows his appearance is the only thing that will set me free. I have spent time untold searching for him, trying to return his prize and those I won from his brothers, but to no avail.
SCP-1440 remarked that the second brother had his hands on the doctor's shoulders, taking that as an omen of doom and the doctor's imminent death. The old man offered one final warning.
Should you choose to challenge death to a game of cards for your life, there is one thing you must never do: win.
At that precise moment, the nuclear device kept on site as a failsafe was activated, bypassing all security protocols and failsafes. The entire Foundation facility was destroyed, killing every single member of personnel in a quick instant of atomic obliteration. A week later, a figure was spotted over 3,000 kilometers away from the blast site. An old man who had suffered no apparent damage from the explosion or the fallout. It seems though his vague allusion to three brothers and card games that SCP-1440 gained his immortality from death itself, or rather a group of entities known as the Brothers' Death, although they have been referred to as countless names by cultures past and present across the world. Old Gods, the All-Death, Yulu, Yama, Siddhigarba. These three brothers are a lot more than just a trio of Grim Reapers collecting the souls of the dead. They are in fact responsible for the creation of everything that exists as we know it, governing all of reality and deciding when each part of it must come to its unavoidable end. It would appear that by challenging the brothers' death to a card game, SCP-1440 was cursed with his eternal lifespan, while also causing the deaths of thousands without choice or consent. The items that the old man carries are even the prizes of the brothers' death, won during the same card game. While limited in their uses, they are extremely powerful and can reduce the brothers' influence on the mortal coil. The glass cup holds the elixir of life, a single drop capable of curing the sickest men and saving them from the grip of death. The playing cards the old man keeps are the cards of fate, holding the power to challenge death's authority and alter fate, preventing wars, deaths, and calamities. Finally, the sack of all death, able to carry anything within it, including unspeakable catastrophes and even death itself. As human populations spread further into previously uninhabited areas, it's becoming harder for SCP-1440 to avoid contact with people. Drawn to them by his unstoppable compulsion, he continues to live out century after century spent causing destruction and death wherever he wanders to. Just pray that the old man never finds his way to your town. Ask anyone who has ever lived in a small town, and they'll most likely all tell you the same exact thing. The worst part isn't just being far away from the nearest city or distant from friends and family. It's the boredom that gets you. Having so little nearby gives you so few options for things to fill your time with. For some, they get used to it. As they grow old spending their life in the same tiny community, they either learn to make their own entertainment or just get used to the boredom, drowning it out by sitting and watching TV all day. But others, they just can't stand being bored, being stuck somewhere with nothing interesting to do, and ultimately, they can end up getting so sick of it that there's only one option: leave, pack their bags and hit the road, up sticks, and move to a new place far from the small town they were born in. Thing is, leaving isn't cheap. Moving to a new town, a big city, or even an entirely different state is a luxury that costs a pretty penny. Some might work and save their wages until they can realize that dream of moving away. But not everyone has that much patience. Some want to be free of the boredom as soon as they can.
Maybe they might apply to be a contestant on a game show, chance it all, and try to win themselves a big cash prize. Sure, it's a hell of a gamble, and a loss might mean humiliation in front of everyone you know and more, but winning could be your ticket away from small-town living. That might be easier said than done, though. Not only does someone looking to move away need to be picked as a contestant, they also need to play by the rules and actually win the game. But as if that wasn't enough, they also have to live to tell about it. For as long as she could remember, Kat had always hated it here. Her hometown was tiny, too small to include more than the main street with few local stores, the one school that everyone who had ever lived there had studied at, and little else of note. And as for things people could do for fun in the town, well, as you can probably imagine, the options were severely limited, especially for a group of teenagers like Kat and her friends. Most of the time, all that she and the others, Leo, Ricky, and Danny, could do to pass the time was sit in the back of Ricky's truck and park in the middle of town, watching people and waiting for something even mildly interesting to happen. Not that it ever did. The four of them had a name for the rest of the townsfolk, everyone that had lived there for their entire lives and never dared to venture anywhere else. Lifers, as in they were imprisoned, serving a life sentence in this small town, never to escape or move on or make something of themselves. As much as they liked to poke fun at those people, each of the group knew that every weekend they wasted just sitting around, the closer they were getting to one day become lifers themselves. "We need to just go," Kat would say, trying to rally the other three into taking a spontaneous trip away as a group. "Just load up the truck one day, pick a direction, and drive until we find somewhere." Ricky and Leo would nod their heads in agreement, and Danny would talk for hours all about the places she might like to go to one day. But none of them ever actually made any plans to leave. Nobody knew where to start, until they heard rumors about an abandoned TV studio just outside of town. Apparently, according to Danny's older brother, it had been there for years, just sitting there completely empty. It wasn't just a small local studio either. One of the big national networks had owned it, and used to film there regularly back in the day. "Why would someone set up a studio here of all places?" had been Leo's immediate response. "Look at where we live," Kat replied. "It's the literal middle of nowhere. The network must have got the land dirt cheap. The real question is, why don't we go and check it out?" "What for?" Danny asked. Kat silently gestured at the cramped main street that surrounded them, the place that may as well have been the center of the known universe to the four teenage friends. "Do you see anything else to do around here?" Before long, the four of them were in agreement. Ricky's truck pulled up in front of their houses in the middle of the night, and under the cover of darkness, they drove out towards what was left of the TV studio. This was it. They were finally going somewhere beyond the choking, cramped confines of their tiny hometown. Although whether or not they'd all make it back was another matter. Here's a hard lesson for you kids. You can't fight for life you believe you deserve if you don't have a little skin in the game. With home a few miles in the rearview mirror, the truck stopped at a chain-link fence. A pair of signs were hanging from it, one welcoming them to the studio, while the other simultaneously warned them to keep out, that this area was private property. Ignoring it, the four of them stepped out of the truck and started to climb the fence, throwing Leo's jacket over the top to avoid injury. Beyond the fence was a huge building, almost the size of a warehouse, with a door marked "Studio Entrance" that practically invited the intrepid teens to open it up and have a look inside. Each one of them carrying a torch in hand, the group walked up to the abandoned studio and gently pried open the door, trying not to make too much noise. Even though they knew the whole place was abandoned, they still didn't want to attract too much attention and get caught trespassing. The lights were all dead as Kat led the group, her hand being tightly squeezed by Danny next to her, the two boys behind. None of them had been sure what to expect. It wasn't exactly like anyone in the group had ever set foot inside a TV studio before, but they were met with a narrow, concrete-walled corridor, so underwhelming that it almost made it extraordinary in just how profoundly dull it was. Lifting his torch, Leo pointed out some lettering on the wall that read, "To TMDG set," with an arrow pointing the four friends further down the corridor. Naturally driven by her curiosity and need to be literally anywhere apart from her hometown, Kat followed the arrow's direction to another door. Pushing it open, she stepped inside, her torchlight immediately being blocked by a thick curtain. Brushing her hand against the material, she started looking for a parting, but before she could...
Welcome, contestants!
A voice boomed through the dark, coming from somewhere in the space beyond the curtain. Instantly, Danny screamed at the sound, almost wrenching Kat's arm off in sheer surprise.
Before we begin,
the voice continued,
I need you all to tell me, are you ready?
Kat shot a look back at Ricky, the friend furthest behind her, fumbling with the door they'd entered through. It was locked. He couldn't get it to budge. He turned and met Kat's gaze, shaking his head.
Sure, we're ready.
Leo suddenly piped up, calling out to answer the voice. Before the rest of the group could turn and glare at him, the curtain around them lifted. So much bright light came pouring in that it practically dazed the four of them, each taking a moment to readjust. When her vision cleared, Kat saw they were standing in a huge soundstage, blinding spotlights pointing at her and her friends from somewhere above, with seating area big enough to seat their town's entire population.
In that case, folks, you know what time it is,
came the voice again, talking as if there was a live studio audience present, despite every chair being unoccupied.
These 4 lucky challengers will go head-to-head, each one looking to take home the victory as well as a huge mystery prize. But only if they dare to take on the most dangerous game!
There was a pause, as if this unseen announcer was waiting for a round of applause. Without warning, more lights came on, illuminating the space in front of the 4 very confused friends. Standing before them was what looked like part of an obstacle course, a series of 4 horizontal beams over an empty space. The glare of the light was so intense that even squinting, Kat couldn't tell what was beneath. It just looked like a void, nothing but total darkness, with 4 narrow beams bridging the gap between where they stood and another platform beyond.
Well, what are you all standing around waiting for?
The announcer declared, almost mocking the 4 teens, urging them on.
Oh, the rules, of course.
There was another awkward pause, like the voice was waiting for laughter.
It's simple. The 4 of you will be competing to make it through each of our obstacles. Make it to the end before our timer hits 0 and you'll be tonight's big winner. But fall behind or cheat, and it's out with you!
A huge digital countdown illuminated on one side of the soundstage, telling the group they only had 10 minutes to play. Kat, Leo, Danny, and Ricky barely had a chance to question what was going on, exchanging quick, concerned looks before the announcer started urgently counting them down.
3, 2, 1!
He cheered. Simultaneously, the 4 teenagers felt a presence looming behind them, like a figure was standing just out of view, blocking them from turning back. Carefully putting one foot in front of the other, Kat started shimmying along the beam in front of her, trying to keep herself steady while also moving as fast as she could without falling. Out of the corner of her eye, she could also see Danny on the beam next to her, doing the same, but finding it a little easier to balance. Leo was having no problem at all, sidestepping with enough speed to keep him practically neck and neck with Kat, but Ricky was wobbling. Every foot he placed on the beam, he felt like it might give way beneath him, but it was just a game show, right? Sure, it shouldn't even really be running right now, but regardless of why or how, the worst that could happen was that he would fall. His next step missed the beam entirely and Ricky could feel himself toppling. "Guys!" he called out to his friends, trying to shift his weight onto his back leg. Kat, Danny, and Leo all froze and snapped their heads back to look at him, just in time to see Ricky wildly flailing his arms. His whole body toppled to one side, and he dropped off the beam with a loud scream. Not one of them saw him land, or even heard it for that matter. It was as if Ricky had just been swallowed up whole by the dark void beneath them, his scream getting more and more distant until it couldn't be heard anymore.
Oh, tough break. Talk about falling at the first hurdle,
the voice exclaimed, as if what had just happened was some kind of joke.
So long, Ricky. We hardly knew you.
Staying perfectly still, but clearly distressed, Danny called out Ricky's name. There was no answer. Kat just stared wide-eyed at the abyss below, only looking away as she heard Leo jump the last bit of his beam onto the platform. "Danny, come on!" Kat whispered to her friend, who looked back at her with tears streaming down her face. The pair of them carefully stepped further along their respective beams, trying to stop themselves from looking down or at the huge clock, seconds ticking away and putting them under even more undue pressure. Reaching the other side, Danny dropped to her knees, unable to hold back her sobbing. Kneeling down to comfort her, Kat looked up at the soundstage's bright lights for any sign of who was putting them through this. "Bring Ricky back!" she yelled. "I'm sorry," the announcer replied, the game show bravado dropping from their voice. "But you agreed to play." "He'll be fine," Leo said. "Bet you anything he just screamed like that to scare us." "Leo, you don't seriously believe that?" Kat asked as she helped Danny stand up, wiping her friend's tears away. "Is he dead?" she sobbed. I don't know," Kat replied honestly. "Of course he's not," Leo interjected. "It's a soundstage. It's not like this place is dangerous." "Then why was it abandoned?" Danny asked. Leo didn't give her an answer, either because he was distracted by the lights coming up on the next part of the obstacle course, or because he didn't know and wouldn't admit it. Ahead of them was a long stretch of the course, forming a narrow, square-shaped walkway. Wide portions of the top side were dropping to the bottom in regular intervals, separating the tight space before opening it up again. Every time the segments lifted up, the 3 remaining contestants could see all the way to the other side of the walkway, where a new platform waited for them. With Danny under one arm, Kat looked at the far end of the walkway as it disappeared and reappeared behind the rising and falling segments. Then she noticed the timer, the seconds rapidly ticking down. But Leo had noticed it too, and turned to look at the 2 girls with a determined expression. Kat shook her head at him, but it was too late. With all his strength, Leo shoved Danny and Kat, both of them landing flat on their backs on the platform. He bolted towards the walkway as fast as he could, managing to dodge between each portion, pausing as they came down, only to run into the next one as they lifted back up. Helping Danny back to her feet, Kat ran after Leo. He already had a head start and would easily make it to the other side of the walkway before the girls. So instead, Kat held Danny close and took it slow, methodically waiting for each segment to lift back up before they went further into the next safe zone. They were gaining on Leo, who was sprinting to the finish between the rise and fall of the ceiling's crushing weight. Kat watched him disappear behind each block, only to see his back when it came back up. He had made it to the platform opposite, panting but otherwise unscathed when she next lost sight of him. That's when the announcer spoke up again. Now, Leo," it said. "That was hardly fair, was it? And we all know what happens when you break the rules." As the segment in front of her and Danny rose again, Kat caught sight of Leo just ahead, but it was what was standing behind him that stopped her in her tracks. 2 huge figures, each like a shadow without anything casting it, towered over Leo. One of them reached forward and grabbed him, shrouding him in a cloak of darkness, and he was gone. Just like Ricky, he vanished. Kat had been so transfixed by what she had just witnessed that she didn't notice where she was standing, right under a block that was about to drop. Grabbing her hand again, Danny pulled her out of the path of the descending slab. Kat felt it brush against the back of her leg just as the pair of them made it out on the other end and onto the platform. The last 2 contestants. "And then there were 2!" The announcer cheered, pausing again for a reaction from the empty room. "We don't want to play this sick game anymore," Danny yelled. "Well, you made it this far," the unseen host replied. "Time for our 3rd and final challenge, the final stretch of the course. Make it through this and you're home free. But fail or break the rules like Leo, and you'll be disqualified. Game over." "It's okay, Danny," Kat whispered. "Whatever's next, we'll get through it." "Do you think the boys will come back if we do?" her friend asked. Just like Leo had, Kat didn't answer. The lights revealed the last stretch of the course. The final platform was overhead, a net climbing wall in front of them. It was a straight vertical ascent up, with a wall behind the next and holes in its surface. Wasting no time, both Kat and Danny started climbing up the rungs of the thick rope, staying level with each other as they went higher. "And then they're off! Look at them go, ladies and gentlemen!" the announcer commented, still speaking as if to an audience. "But it's not gonna be so easy!" The sharp sound of metal made both girls gasp, as long spikes shot forward from the holes in the wall. The blades retracted, fortunately having missed Danny and Kat this time. What had started as a simple climb up had become something akin to a twisted game of whack-a-mole, with each of them trying to avoid staying in front of the holes in the wall for too long, dodging the spikes as they went in and out. They climbed higher and higher until… "Kat!" Danny screamed. She looked over her shoulder, only to notice she was in the lead. Below her, Danny was calling up to her with a fear-stricken expression. Her foot was caught in the rigging of the net, kicking and thrashing wildly to try and free it. Kat looked back up. She was almost at the platform, close enough to nearly reach it with her fingertips. But behind her, her friend was stuck, and with no idea when the spikes would come next shooting out of the wall. Kat threw herself over the edge of the platform and landed on her back, just as she heard the gut-wrenching sound of the spikes extending ring out. She was beside herself, tears streaming down her face. It wasn't uncommon for people to be overwhelmed to the point of tears at the end of a game show, but Kat wasn't crying with joy.
We have a winner!
The disembodied voice declared, barely audible to the surviving contestant as she wept. After she'd finished explaining what had happened to the police, a group of mysterious agents flocked to the soundstage to lock it down, stopping anyone else from getting close to it. They'd found a VHS tape in the mailbox at the front office of the studio. On it was a recording of a game show, a live audience cheering as one by one, Ricky, Leo, and Danny failed to complete the course. One of the SCP Foundation agents had come to interview Kat, asking her to recount the whole story all over again. Her account lined up perfectly with everything seen on the tape. Then the agent asked her what her prize had been after she won. "A car," Kat replied. "The four of us always wanted to leave home."
There's an app for that. Wait, hold on! I'm Steve Jobs! Come on, no, stop it!
It was a phrase so ubiquitous in the early days of the smartphone craze that it's hard to believe Apple actually has trademarked. It was a testament to a simple and immutable truth about the world these new touchscreen phones were creating. No matter how strange and obscure the need, there would be an app to fulfill it. Perhaps you remember iBeer, the app that allowed you to pretend you were drinking a tall glass of beer, for some reason. There was Car Matey, an app that reminded you where you parked your car, in a pirate voice. And who could forget I Am Bread, a surreal game about controlling a sentient slice of bread on a quest to become toast. But there's one app out there somewhere on the market that you probably didn't download. And if you did, well, you have our sincerest apologies. Because even seeing this video pop out onto your feed probably sent a chill down your spine. Well, if that chill ever even left. Take it from one gentleman whose life took a very strange turn after downloading a certain app that the SCP Foundation calls SCP-1471. Because the sentiment, "there's an app for that," doesn't exclude experiencing mortal terror. Joe Lillis, an insurance salesman from Milwaukee, had just gone through another atrocious date. After a mediocre meal and an uncomfortable 35 minutes of inane babble, sensing the whole time that she really wasn't that interested, his date excused himself to take a quick phone call outside. Sadly for Joe, she never returned, leaving him to pick up the check. Of all the many words you could use to describe poor Joe Lillis, the most pertinent would be lonely. Ever since Carol, his wife of 10 years, had passed away in a freak accident, he'd been trying to find some kind of way to fill the void. They'd been high school sweethearts, intent on spending the rest of their lives with one another. As fate would have it, only Carol would get that tainted luxury. Joe would be forced to endure life after the joy of living had run its course. He only hoped he might be lucky enough to find love again. However, Joe was on the wrong side of 40, and as so many others his age were already hitched, he could feel his options going out one by one. Would he be destined to live out the rest of his days alone? Joe didn't feel like spending the back half of his life catching reruns of Seinfeld and tending to his fish. He needed to get out there. And thankfully, like the rest of us, he lived in the internet age. He had more apps, websites, online services, and hot Russian singles in his area than he knew what to do with. So surely one would have the right person for him. He tried them all. Tinder, Hinge, Match.com, Plenty of Fish, eHarmony, Bumble, Zoosk, OkCupid, Friend Finder, Deeply Lonely Singles with Low Expectations.com, and so much more. However, all it seemed to achieve was setting him up for more disappointment. None of the dates he'd managed to get ever resulted in anything getting serious. Heck, it was a minor miracle if he even managed to get any of them on a second date. Was this it? Was this his life now? Had he only ever gotten one shot at love, and the grasping claws of fate yanked it away from him without a second thought? Would life continue on the hamster wheel of loneliness? Sleeping, getting up, eating, working, and sleeping again? Every day getting somehow both faster and slower as life trudged on to a disappointing yet inevitable conclusion? What a terrible fate to find yourself trapped in. Whenever Joe started feeling maudlin like this, he knew it was time to get proactive again. Maybe the right woman was out there. There were billions of them, after all. Surely at least one of them would be the perfect person for him. He just needed the perfect app. He'd burned through all of the most reputable apps already, and was now perusing some of the slightly seedier options, most of which were likely data mining fronts from the Balkans. However, as generic app after generic app passed, something different caught his eye. The icon was a smiling cartoon dog, and its name was MalO version 1.0.0. This gave him a little chuckle. At the very least, it was very different branding from the rest of the dating apps he'd seen. Maybe it'd just been sorted into the wrong section of the App Store. He decided he'd check it out and take a look at the app's description. The description read, "Never settle for those awkward feelings of being alone ever again. MalO is an exciting and interactive experience that will keep you engaged and intrigued. The anxiety of social situations can be nerve-wracking, but after just a few hours of MalO, you will soon forget all about those painful emotions of disappointment. Be part of the new craze that is quickly becoming the next social substitute. Remember, the more you participate, the more MalO will engage you. Your experience is completely up to you. Absolutely no ads. Enjoy." Well, it certainly provoked Joe's curiosity at the very least. He did want to banish his feelings of loneliness, and seeing as the app was free and apparently had no ads, he'd surely be foolish to not at least give it a whirl. What's the worst that could happen? He began the installation, and only then noticed that the app had no listed developer. It took up 9.8 megabytes of memory, which he wasn't tech-savvy enough to see any issues with. More than anything, Joe was just enticed by the prospect of finally having another chance at companionship with MalO. After all, it is the next social substitute, whatever that means. However, Joe's excitement was quickly quashed when he hit the home screen button and noticed that the icon for the app never actually materialized. Strange. He checked the App Store portal again and saw that, according to them, the app had completely downloaded. What gives? Was it a glitch, or was MalO actually just malware? Either way, he was disheartened by the fact that this immaterial app certainly wouldn't be getting him any companionship. Or so he thought, anyway. Joe was used to disappointment by now, so he didn't take it too personally. He decided to just play out the rest of his evening on autopilot, making himself some soup, doing the laundry, watching more Seinfeld reruns, taking a cold shower, and preparing to cry himself to sleep again. MalO was already becoming a distant memory, just like all the deceptive sources of hope. But one strange thing happened that disrupted Joe's finely tuned evening routine. He received a text message. This was incredibly strange because nobody ever seemed to text him. The last text he got was from Carol just before her accident, so it was almost surreal to hear that alert sound now, after everything that happened. He checked and saw that the text was an image attachment sent from an unknown number. Perplexed yet curious, he decided to open it. His curiosity soon gave way to a kind of melancholy nostalgia when he saw that the photo was of his and Carol's favorite cafe in town. They'd spent many a morning there, back when she was alive, treating themselves to a nice cup of coffee and perhaps a croissant. Just seeing it again caused an involuntary smile to spread across his face. It never even occurred to him, as it probably would have to others, that this could be seen as a little creepy. He hadn't frequented the bakery since Carol died. How would anyone even know that this place held any significance for him? Was it a stalker, a ghost, or just a spooky coincidence? None of these thoughts even crossed Joe's mind. He was just grateful for the surprising reminder of the happiness he'd once had. For the next couple hours, things seemed lighter. He went about his evening, checking the photo every so often and smiling, until eventually he found himself in bed, still looking into the glow of his phone. It was such a beautiful little cafe. Then he froze. He noticed something in the picture. It'd been there the whole time, but only now he was seeing rather than just looking. It was in the corner, staring through the glass of the cafe's door. So faint he almost wanted to dismiss it as a trick of the light. It was a face. Well, not a face, more like a skull. Not a human, not anywhere near human. Long, slender, and canine, with protruding fangs and vacant white eyes. The pure white of the skull was buried in a nest of thick black hair. It looked like it was crouching behind the door, looking out and grinning. whatever the hell it was. Just seeing it changed the entire tone of the picture. It was no longer a simple reminder of bygone joy. Now all that was radiating out of that image was a palpable sense of dread. Was someone playing some kind of awful prank on him? Just then he was jogged from his contemplation by another alert. A new message from the same number as before. With great hesitation, he hovered his thumb over the push notification and clicked. That's when everything got a lot worse. It was a photo of a bus stop. Not just any bus stop, of course. It was stop C16, the one that Joe always took to get to work. It looked like it was taken relatively early in the morning, but nobody was there. Well, not quite nobody. There was that figure again. It stood at full height, behind the partially frosted glass that makes up the back of the bus stop. The same large black humanoid shape, with a white, grinning dog skull where the face should be. Something about it terrified him on such a primal level, like the way our lizard brain reacts to some ancient apex predator. And whatever this thing was, it clearly knew something about him. How else could it stage all these photos? Joe got out of bed and looked out of the window, down onto his dark front street. Empty, thankfully, but after this surprise nightmare, he wasn't going to take any chances. He grabbed a kitchen knife from downstairs and placed it on his bedside cabinet, right next to his phone, with 911 on speed dial. Joe Lillis, a 43-year-old man, slept with the lights on that night for the first time in over 30 years. Sadly for him, the nightmare was just beginning. The next morning, Joe woke up unharmed, but he wasn't pleased to see that he'd gotten several more texts in his sleep. There was one taken outside of the local insurance company office where he worked. The strange creature with the skull for a face was looming around the corner, peering at the camera with its lipless grin, like it was mocking him. Another photo was taken at the local supermarket where Joe did most of his grocery shopping. The frame was centralized on the cereal aisle, bordered on both sides by walls of garish mascots endlessly repeated. Down at the far end of the aisle was a looming dark figure with that cold canine skull where a human face should be. There were a few more, but worst of all was the last one. It was taken at the cemetery. In the foreground, a headstone reading, "Carol Lillis, beloved wife and daughter." Joe was horrified to see that skull-faced beast was rising up behind his wife's grave, long clawed fingers curling around the top of the headstone. That was the moment that Joe decided to go to the police about all of this, before things got even more out of hand. He called an Uber to get down to the station. He certainly didn't feel like he was going anywhere near his regular bus stop after last night. He showed the photos he'd been sent so far to an officer posted at the station, and they agreed that there was certainly something strange about it. While the behavior undeniably bordered on harassment, it hadn't yet delved into criminal territory, so he would sadly be on his own until then. The best they could do was stay in touch and kept abreast of any new developments. The only sage advice they could give him was not to delete the photos, as they could always be used as evidence in court later if things escalated. This was literally the last result that Joe wanted out of this. Considering how bizarre and threatening things were getting already, he really didn't want to find out what escalation looked like in this case. But what else could he do but carry on, just trying to exercise as much caution as he could in these strange new circumstances? He went to work and tried his best to stay productive, despite the fact that every 3 or so hours, a new photo would arrive. Places that he liked to sit in the local parks, stores he'd frequent, restaurants he liked to eat at. The nightmare skeleton dog thing would be standing in all of them, just mugging for the camera. On one hand, every time he looked at one of the photos, Joe felt like he was giving this freak exactly what they wanted. On the other hand, how could he possibly look away? What if he missed something that could save his life? It carried on much like that until later in the evening. Joe may have not been a genius, but he was no fool either. He'd seen too many of those seedy true crime documentaries about kidnapping to take his normal route home. He took a real detour, frequently checking over his shoulder the entire time. Much to his relief, he didn't see anything out of place. Good. When he got home, he locked every door and bolted every window. Nothing would be getting the jump on him tonight. That's when the next picture came in. A photograph of Joe's empty office cubicle, with the bony face of the creature looming over the divider with a grin. He could feel his heart pounding away in his chest just looking at it. How did this thing get around like this? How was it able to infiltrate everywhere in his entire goddamn life? Suddenly, he felt a smile spreading across his face. This freak had just messed up big time. Before, all these creepy photos had been taken in public places, but the one taken in his office? Oh, this crossed the line into trespassing. The police would have to do something about it now. It had given him an ace up his sleeve. That confidence faded a few hours later when he received another photo. This time, it was the skull-faced monster just standing on the sidewalk. The sidewalk that Joe remembered walking on his covert alternative route. He could feel himself break into a cold sweat. It seemed whoever this was, he really did hold no secrets from them. Now more than ever, Joe didn't feel safe in his own home. So you can only imagine how he felt when a few hours later, he received a photo of the skull-faced stalker standing right outside his own front door, staring into the camera. It sent him rushing to the window again to check outside, but of course, nobody was there. The next day, when he called the police and updated them on the situation, they told him that they were doing all they could. The best thing he could possibly do was to remain calm, but vigilant. He needed to keep an eye on the photos being sent to him, so he could notify them if ever he was in any immediate danger. This put poor Joe's paranoia at a fever pitch. Even when he went to work, surrounded by his coworkers, by witnesses, he could scarcely tear his eyes away from his phone. He was a slave to the photos, forever waiting for the next one, only to experience crushing regret when the photo actually arrived. It looked like it was taken moments before it was sent to him. Joe saw himself looking at his own phone in his office cubicle, with that huge skull-faced figure looming behind him. He screamed out loud upon seeing it, and turned to see if anything was behind him. But of course, there was nothing there. The police inspected the office, talked to potential witnesses, and analyzed the photo. It showed no signs of any photographic manipulation, but there were also no witnesses around the office who claimed to see anything strange that day. There was also no security camera footage in the last several days that showed this figure coming in or out. Joe Lillis started to feel like he was going insane, and perhaps he was. But that didn't change the tangible and ever-present feeling that he was in great danger. He didn't come into work the next day. He'd received more photos like that in the night, of himself, taken in real time, with that skull-faced freak looming. He didn't want to leave the house. He didn't want to go anywhere anymore. He just didn't feel safe out there. How could he, with all this madness unfolding? There was a time where he could have said something like, "At least it only seems confined to my phone." He might have even suspected that it had something to do with that strange MalO app he downloaded a few days prior that hadn't seemed to do anything. But this situation had evolved since then. He wasn't just seeing the creature in photos anymore. It was here. He kept seeing quick flashes of it on the other side of windows, in reflections, in the corner of his eyes, always darting away if ever he turned towards it. It was everywhere and nowhere. It was here just for him. He just knew. The police couldn't help. Nobody could help. Joe just sat in the corner of his bedroom, clutching his kitchen knife, afraid to close his eyes. It could be anywhere. It could be anywhere. It could be anywhere. We know one thing for sure. Joe Lillis never felt truly alone ever again. He always had his new friend, waiting, just out of sight. And if ever you're feeling lonesome and decide to download MalO version 1.0.0 yourself, then you'll never feel lonely again, either. A man is sitting in a chair inside a containment cell at the SCP Foundation. The man is dressed normally, and he isn't trying to escape or attack the researchers who are observing him. The only thing that makes this man different from you or I is that he ages right in front of us, going from a teenager to an old man in a matter of minutes. At first glance, SCP-1007 looks very normal, just a corpse lying in a standard coffin. Well, the corpse of an old man in a coffin being kept locked up in a containment chamber is normal when compared to some of the other strange anomalies that are found in the SCP Foundation's archives. Inside the coffin with SCP-1007 is a small metal key.
And this is quite literally the key to seeing what makes this anomaly so special. On SCP-1007's back, between his shoulder blades, is a small keyhole. X-ray scans of 1007 have shown that the keyhole is just an empty socket. It's unconnected to anything. There's no internal clockwork mechanisms or other machinery that should be able to be activated by a key. When the metal key that is kept in SCP-1007's coffin, classified as SCP-1007-1, is inserted into the keyhole on 1007's back and turned, something truly incredible happens. As the key is turned, SCP-1007 undergoes a change unlike anything the SCP Foundation has seen before. With each turn of the key, the subject's physical age is reversed by 1 full year. Foundation researchers are able to watch 1007 age in reverse in real time. Even any decay that had set in on the corpse is completely reversed and disappears as the key is wound and 1007 gets younger and younger. As the key is turned, 1007 will continue to de-age, physically compacting and shrinking down until it appears to have the form of a newborn human child. It's unknown where the physical mass of 1007's body goes to, since this should defy the laws of physics. But those laws we assume to be a bedrock of our universe's reality are often more of a suggestion when it comes to anomalies the SCP Foundation deals with. Once SCP-1007 reaches the newborn baby stage, it will suddenly reactivate, coming to life immediately, regardless of how long it has been dead and lying in its coffin. Once 1007 is brought back to life, he will go through the entire human life cycle within a 75-minute period, experiencing what looks to be approximately 1 year of normal human growth and development for every minute that passes. That means that in the course of about 16 minutes, researchers will see SCP-1007 change from a crying infant to a fully grown teenager. As you can imagine, the subject has reported feeling excruciating pain during these first few minutes, as his bones rapidly lengthen and expand, and his muscles develop and change shape dramatically. SCP-1007 is able to watch with his young eyes as his bones move and set themselves into place, lengthening and widening in seconds during growth spurts that normally take months or years. After about 5 minutes, provided his legs have grown to the same length at the same time, he's usually able to prop himself up and stand. At around 10 minutes, the pain really starts. The bones crack and ache as they grow at their fastest for the whole cycle. Hair will also grow on his face and body, and he can't help but feel some amount of shame and embarrassment at what's happening to him in front of the Foundation researchers, who are taking copious notes. By 20 minutes, he can hardly think due to the pain. At this point, he usually lies down and curls into a ball, whispering to himself that it will all be over soon, that the pain won't last forever. After another 10 minutes, he's right. The pain has almost stopped completely by the 30-minute mark, but now as wrinkles and stretch marks start to set in, a different kind of pain reveals itself as SCP-1007 realizes that he must watch himself die. 40 minutes in, and he starts to reflect on his past, the life he was forced to lead as a kind of sideshow freak. More on that later, though. The physical decay happens faster now, warts and moles and other marks of age appearing on his skin. After 50 minutes, he is aware that over half of his life has passed, and he is reaching the end. His hair starts to fall out, as do his teeth, which he's never actually been able to use as he's never tasted food. As the 60-minute mark comes and goes, he begins to feel grateful for the coming end, with the escape from pain and the rest it would bring. His body has become very wrinkled by this point and is covered with age spots. His eyes begin to cloud, severely limiting his ability to see, and his hearing gets weaker and weaker until he can't comprehend anything the researchers say. At 75 minutes, it's all over. SCP-1007's body expires and he dies once again. He will remain as a corpse until the metal key is inserted into his back and the whole process starts once again. Just as there appears to be no explanation for where the mass of SCP-1007's body goes as the key is wound during the reversal process, so too is there no explanation for where the energy needed for his rapid growth comes from. This process should violate the first law of thermodynamics, and Foundation researchers are very curious about the underlying process. The one constant that remains on SCP-1007's body is a small tattoo on his right calf, where the words Mr. Life and Mr. Death from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment appear. This matches up with entry number 11 on document SCP-909, which lists a total of 20 Little Misters. SCP-1007 was recovered by Task Force Tau-6 during a raid on a mansion in California, along with several other anomalous creatures and objects. The owner of the mansion claimed that he acquired SCP-1007 at an auction hosted by Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited. Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited is a club based in London, England, that is famed for collecting and selling what it would describe as rare and obscure objects. Unfortunately, this often includes various anomalies that should be under the care of the SCP Foundation, and the club's mission to provide its members with exclusive, expensive, and rare experiences means that they're often in conflict with the Foundation, and they have even been responsible for several containment breaches. Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited continues to be a very secretive organization, and the name of the director and a list of its members have so far been very difficult to obtain. At the auction they hosted, where SCP-1007 was offered for sale, there were apparently, along with Mr. Life and Death, at least 4 other Misters for sale, though the identity of the other buyers and which Little Misters they may have purchased is still under investigation. The fact that SCP-1007 has the name Mr. Life and Mr. Death seems to imply that he may have originally been part of a set, though this counterpart Little Mister has yet to be recovered or even identified. In interviews with SCP-1007, he has given his own personal theory that he embodies both names, and the designation is a reference to the way he alternates between life and death. However, the possibility still remains though that he may have a twin of sorts, and the Foundation continues to investigate its possible identity and location. SCP-1007's brief 75-minute life followed by a death that lasts until he is rewound by a special key means that he is easily contained and has been classified as safe. He is only to be activated during routine testing, and after experiencing death, he is to be placed back into his coffin along with the key. In keeping with current regulations for all anomalies that have been designated as Misters, SCP-1007 is to be contained in Hall 8 of Site-13 for additional observation and study.
Who among us hasn't wondered what happens after our lives have come to their inevitable ending, and we play out our final moments in the land of the living? The concept of what happens to us after we've died has baffled scientists and philosophers the world over for almost as long as human civilization has existed. Some out there already claim to know the exact answer. You probably already know that the belief in the existence of an afterlife is one held by almost every single religion and culture around the globe. Heaven, hell, Valhalla, purgatory, limbo, Sheol, the world to come. Descriptions of the afterlife and how to get sent there often varies depending on the religion or cultural group it is linked to. But to think in more general terms, the concept usually revolves around the soul leaving the body after death and living forever in eternal paradise. That is, of course, unless you've committed any deadly sins during your lifetime. If the myths are to be believed, these normally result in you being sent down to spend eternity in damnation and endless punishment instead of paradise. Sadly, there's no way to prove if any of the various afterlives actually exist. By their very nature, these afterlives exist separate from the real physical world that we live in while we are still alive. While we're here on Earth, we can only observe what we see happening to a body after death, and what we assume or believe the afterlife might be like. After all, it's not like any deceased person can tell us what being dead is like. Well, not under the normal circumstances anyway. With no proof of the afterlife's existence, we do unfortunately get left with the bleak and existentially terrifying assumption that when we die, there is nothing waiting for us on the other side. What if there is no light at the end of the tunnel, no pearly gates, just nothing forever? But what if someone or some mysterious group of persons already knew the answer to what happened after the end of all human life? And what if the answer was so much more horrifying than we ever could have imagined? So much so that this shadowy cabal had already tried to prevent the fate awaiting all of us after we die. Be warned,
we're about to delve into the unsettling tale of something known as Project Dammerung and its connection to something known as SCP-3448, as the Foundation categorizes it. It is a story about our fear of what comes next, beyond this mortal coil. This is the catalyst for the Foundation uncovering the most horrific secret in human history, a truth that should have stayed buried. Warning, we are about to unravel the beginning of the end. The end of what, you might be asking? Why, the end of death itself, of course. Any outsider looking in might think we're being a little bit overdramatic here, but we'll forgive you for that mistake. You can have that one on us. At first glance to the untrained eye and uninformed individual, SCP-3448 might just seem like little more than a magnetic resonance imaging machine. Chances are you've seen these big machines in medical dramas, or maybe you've even been placed inside one during a stay at the hospital. Using powerful magnets, an MRI machine aligns all the protons in your body. Then the machine generates a pulse of radio frequency current to create a detailed image of the inside of a patient's body. Basically, to put it in extremely oversimplified terms, it's a big camera for looking at your internal organs. Now, don't forget to smile, really show off that pancreas. It looks great at this angle. Of course, when dealing with anomalies encountered by the SCP Foundation, few things are ever really exactly as they first seem. And in that very same vein, SCP-3448 is far more than just a harmless piece of medical apparatus. Look beyond the main bulk of the MRI machine, and you'll start to notice that a few unique modifications have been made to the device. For one, the winding mass of jumper cables connecting the machine to its rudimentary upgrades, namely the same type of technology used in particle accelerators, along with a whole collection of custom circuit boards. For another, although you wouldn't know just from looking at SCP-3448, the contraption has also been through a number of anomalous rituals, seemingly combining the technological with the occult and spiritual. But the question remains, why? What is this thing for exactly? To put it simply, it's a hotline to the great beyond. SCP-3448 is a means of communication with the world of the dead themselves. Now, we might be oversimplifying things yet again there, so let's take it from the top. Project Dammerung was the name given to those who developed SCP-3448. That designation doesn't just refer to the modified MRI machine itself, but also the communication that said device was capable of after the Project Dammerung team had finished their tinkering with it. You see, nobody knows what happens to us after we die, because no one has ever been able to experience being dead in the real world and existing in the afterlife at the same time. But with SCP-3448, that problem just simply isn't an issue anymore. Still with us so far? Okay, here's how the machine actually works. A living human is placed inside, just like those ordinary MRI machines at your local hospital. However, the difference here is that the extra anomalous components of SCP-3448, the rituals, the particle acceleration, and so on, allow this person to enter a unique state of being halfway between life and death. Their bodily functions are halted, brought to a stop by the machine. However, they are still able to retain their consciousness and the awareness that this allows for. Not quite dead, but not quite alive either. Sort of an unalive state, or a half-death, if you prefer, or perhaps afterlife. Now, while a person is in this half-death, they will have entered a conceptual state of being. This is referred to as SCP-3448-A, an existence of pure consciousness while physical form, in this case the person's body, exists separately in the real world. The body, now called SCP-3448-1, no longer houses a subject's consciousness, their essence, not just their mind, but their thoughts and personality. If it helps to think of it in theological terms, you could even think of it as their soul. But while the machine's function is all very impressive and interesting, what's the actual point to it? Why spend so much time trying to create a controlled separation of consciousness from a dead body? What's Project Dammerung for? Well, that's easy. SCP-3448 is the primary tool intended to complete the sole objective of Project Dammerung, a mission to capture a dangerous cognito-hazard, namely, death itself. To be clear, when we say death, we don't mean the Grim Reaper, that skull-faced, scythe-wielding embodiment of oblivion.
Chances are you can probably catch him just by going out on Halloween with a big net. But Project Dammerung's goal was to contain the actual process of death, the very concept that takes a living, conscious entity and makes it the opposite. You see, when a living subject is placed in SCP-3448 and their consciousness leaves their brain, it leaves behind some kind of anomalous electrical energy signature. As you may already know if you can remember back to high school biology class, the brain uses electrical impulses to send signals all over the body, allowing your organs to function, your limbs to move, and your muscles to contract or relax. What's strange is, this electrical activity seems to continue within the brain of someone whose consciousness has been separated from their body by SCP-3448. Studying these signals, the SCP Foundation personnel working on Project Dammerung have inferred that these are residual signals, replicating how the brain would react if the subject introduced into the half-dead SCP-3448-1 state as if they were still alive, even though they have to be dead in order to access that state in the first place. And now your brain is probably such a mess of electrical signals trying to keep up with all of that you might have actually completely missed the part where we told you that Project Dammerung is actually a Foundation-backed project. Okay, let's have a speedy recap. So far, we have an anomalously modified MRI machine capable of splitting the consciousness, or soul, of a person after rendering them clinically dead. On top of that, the Foundation themselves sanctioned the project that created this device in an effort to capture and contain death itself. But how did this come about? Who among the SCP Foundation would want to contain death so much to commission an entire project dedicated to that goal? Well, who do we all know sitting above the entire Foundation, overseeing everything, infamous for all having some anomalous form of immortality, and would stand to gain from Project Dammerung? That's right, the World Championship Death Dodgers, the O5 Council. You see, in order to more fully understand why Project Dammerung was established and why they built SCP-3448, we need to explain a little bit about a different anomaly, SCP-2718. We have another video on this channel that goes into more detail about that, but to put it in a nutshell, SCP-2718 is the horrible truth about what happens to us after we die. The O5 Council first learned of it when one of their own, O5-11, full name Roger Sheldon, died of a stroke. O5-11 was the only council member to have refused to accept any of the anomalous treatments or enhancements that prevented the other O5s from dying. However, the council chose to resurrect him. Upon his return to the land of the living, Roger Sheldon told the other overseers what he had learned about the nature of the afterlife, what lies beyond this fleeting mortal coil, waiting for us after we die. Roger had experienced firsthand that the dead actually remain conscious after their bodies have shut down all other functions. That meant that everyone, every person to have died over the course of human history, has remained aware of everything that happened to them afterward. They can feel themselves slowly decaying, their bones and skin withering, buried under the cold, wasting away into nothingness day after day. And that's SCP-2718, the painful truth that there is no paradise, no heaven, no afterlife. There is just endless, silent consciousness beyond the end of every life. This revelation is what instigated the Overseer Council, specifically O5-4, to establish Project Dammerung. It was learning the answer to what happens next that spurred the creation of SCP-3448. The intention was, by reading and interacting with those residual electrical signals in the brain, that the Foundation could create a link, a form of two-way communication between them and the living world and the subject, SCP-3448-A, in their half-dead state. Using other items and anomalous technology connected to the MRI machine, the Foundation's researchers could interpret the electrical signals in SCP-3448-A's brain as images. A Foundation agent by the name of Anthony Michaels proved to be the only test subject capable of using SCP-3448, beyond the earliest tests on animal specimens. And we know what you're thinking. The Foundation would normally use D-Class personnel for this sort of test. After all, it's a machine that renders you almost dead, stopping all bodily function.
The problem was Project Dammerung needed someone loyal to the Foundation, and D classes could hardly be trusted to follow orders without the threat of death. Think about it. You separate their consciousness from their body, and they don't care if you threaten to kill them. Agent Michaels served as the SCP-3448-A component, residing within the modified MRI machine, held in a state between life and death. But something went wrong. Something that would ultimately do more harm than good. The Foundation had tried in vain to contain death, and in tampering with forces well beyond their own understanding, may have accidentally done something even worse. They neutralized it. They killed death, and things only went downhill from there. Ever since she was in high school, Faith had dreamed of moving out and finally getting a place of her own. It wasn't that she didn't love her parents. She did, but they were always around, always coming into her room without knocking, telling her when to go to bed, when to wake up, not to eat dinner in front of the TV. In college, she had some welcome independence, but she had to live with roommates. Again, they were perfectly nice people. Some of them she even considered good friends, but she hated having to share her space, having to come home from a long day of classes and see someone else's dishes piled up in the sink, to have someone else's music keeping her awake at night, to delay her morning shower because someone else had gotten there first. So she was thrilled when a few years after graduating, she got a new job at a marketing company that would finally let her afford a place by herself. At last, she could have some peace, some quiet, and most importantly, some privacy. Faith spent all day moving furniture and unpacking boxes, turning the little apartment into a real home. It wasn't much, just a main room she used as a bedroom and living room, a bathroom, and a basic little kitchen. But it was all hers, and all of the little personal touches she'd put together really made it feel like the place was meant for her. There was the orange couch she'd picked up at a vintage store downtown, the coffee table she'd gotten for free from her last roommate, framed pictures of her family and friends, a bed with linens in her favorite color, light blue, and lots of potted plants. Over time, she would find even more things, more little personal touches to liven up the space. Now, how to celebrate her new home? Her gas wasn't on yet, so she couldn't cook anything, but that was the perfect excuse to order in. 30 minutes or less later, she was kicking back on her couch with a large cheese pizza, watching a scary movie on her TV. No one would ask to switch it over to The Bachelor. No one would take the last slice while she was in the bathroom. It was perfect. Finally, a little piece of heaven, an introvert's paradise. As she finished her first meal in the new place, she felt her eyes beginning to grow heavy, the day of strenuous unpacking catching up with her body. Just as she was thinking about calling it a night, a pale-faced monster appeared out of nowhere on screen, terrifying the movie's main character and making Faith jump, spilling her soda all over the coffee table. "Damn it!" she groaned. Already she'd made a mess, but hey, she tried to look on the bright side. It was yet another first to break in the apartment. She grabbed a kitchen towel to mop up the soda, and when she returned to the main room, she froze. There was something in the window, standing out against the darkness outside. At first, she thought it was a reflection, a trick of the light, but as she slowly approached the window, eyes wide and hands trembling, she got a better look. There was a face, a little difficult to make out, as if it were peering out of the shadows, but unmistakable nonetheless. It was pale, human, vaguely resembling a strange man with dark circles under his eyes, and he was looking right at her. She didn't scream. She was too terrified to make a sound. She stared at the face for a long moment, waiting for it to do something, anything. After several moments of the tensest staring contest of her life, she blinked. The face didn't budge. You need to leave," she finally spoke, surprising herself as she did. "If you don't get out of here, I'm calling the cops." Again, the face did nothing. "Do you hear me?" Her voice climbed in pitch, her heart pounding against the inside of her chest. Who was he? What did he want? She became vaguely aware of the fact that she couldn't see the rest of the man's body, just his face, looking at her with a neutral expression, a look of vague curiosity, like someone watching a caged animal at the zoo might have. It was then she remembered something that made her blood run cold, made the towel drop from her hands as her stomach sank. She lived on the 3rd floor. Her apartment had no balcony, no fire escape he could have climbed up. Whatever was looking at her through her window, it was no ordinary peeping Tom. She couldn't say how long she stared at the face, its unblinking eyes, its inscrutable expression. She moved closer to the window step by step until she was almost nose to nose with the thing. She couldn't think of it as a person, though it looked like one. Mostly. She should run screaming out the door, looking for some kind of help, but what would she say? That there was a floating face looking at her through the window? What if it was somehow all in her head? Some sort of hallucination brought on by exhaustion and the stress of the move. She raised a fist and, following a passive instinct, rapped on the glass. She didn't know what she expected, for it to blink, to move, to knock back, to say something, but nothing happened. It just stayed there, as if it were part of the window itself. Faith pulled the curtains closed, hiding the strange face from view. With any luck, it would be gone in the morning. She had worked hard to get this apartment, and she would be damned if she let some strange thing, whatever it was, drive her out of her new home. But as she climbed into bed and pulled the covers up to her chin, she could still feel its gaze on her, as if it could see through the thick fabric of the curtains. She rolled over onto her side, her back to the window, and tried her best to forget about it, to shake that horrible feeling of being observed. She lay there for hours, eyes open, heart racing. But finally the exhaustion won, and she slipped away into sleep. She didn't dream at all that night. It was as if she closed her eyes and seconds later, it was morning. She woke to the beep of her alarm, feeling as if she hadn't rested at all. The first thing she did was climb out of the bed and go to the window. Carefully, tentatively, she opened the curtains. She let out a sigh of deep relief. The face was gone. She must have imagined it after all. A bit concerning, but as long as it didn't happen again, she wouldn't have anything to worry about. Lack of sleep does strange things to the mind after all. No longer plagued by the fear of that strange face, Faith hopped into the shower and let the worries of the previous night wash away, disappearing down the drain. She brushed her teeth, dried her hair, did her makeup, and dressed for work. After a banana and a quick cup of coffee, she was out the door. Work was exceptionally busy that day, and it pushed any memory of the oddity in the window out of her mind entirely. She was even feeling good enough to accept her friend's offer to grab a drink after work. They met up at a bar down the street from her new place, sharing cocktails, memories, and a plate of onion rings. It was a perfect, lovely evening. By the time she got home, savoring the click of the key in the lock as she let herself into her quiet little sanctuary, she had completely forgotten about the unusual apparition. She swung the door open and rushed to dump herself onto the couch for a bit of TV before bed. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw it. The face, back in its previous place, staring at her from the darkness outside. She gasped at the sight, her scream catching in her throat. It was just as she remembered it. Wait, no, something was different. What was it? She clapped her mouth in horror as she identified the change. Its expression was different. Gone was the vaguely interested, neutral expression. Now, it was smiling at her. Not a pleasant smile, not a warm, friendly smile. A wicked smile, twisted and cruel. It knew she was afraid, that she'd been hoping it was gone forever, and it was enjoying itself. Her hands were shaking, nervous sweat beading on her brow. "What do you want from me?" she whispered, staring into its eyes. They didn't move, but they glittered with malicious glee just the same. "What do you want from me?" she repeated, her voice rising to a shout. "Shut up!" her next-door neighbor yelled, banging on the wall. "It's after midnight!" She couldn't bring herself to respond. She had more important things to attend to. Her stomach turned, bile rising in her throat. Would the face be gone again in the morning? Would it come back again at night? Was the apartment haunted, possessed by a specter doomed to reside in her window forever? Was that why the rent had been so affordable? Or maybe it was her. Maybe this thing had been drawn to her. Or maybe she was losing her mind, unaccustomed to living alone, and her sanity was slipping away. She shivered at the thought. What was worse, if the face was all in her head, or if it wasn't. Rather than attempt to answer the question gnawing at her, she closed the curtains. Out of sight, out of mind, she thought. She would have to keep the curtain closed, possibly forever. It was better than seeing that damned face grinning that horrible grin. But as she tried to settle in for another restless night, she could feel its eyes boring into her, burning into her skull. She had never felt so uneasy before. She prepared for cockroaches, for black mold, and for burglars, but not for this. This was something outside of her understanding, outside of reality itself. "Just don't look," she whispered to herself. "Just don't look at it." It became part of her daily routine. Wake up, ignore the window, go to work, try to forget about the window, get home, try desperately not to think about the window. She could always feel it, though. As soon as the sun went down, though, she kept the curtains closed. She knew it was there. She thought about checking to see what face it was making this time, but she couldn't bring herself to look. Gradually, her condition worsened. She woke up to a tightness in her chest, panic attacks that wrecked her body, and felt like her heart might stop beating. Her stomach would ache. She struggled to keep food down. One morning, she rushed to the bathroom and spat up blood. The effect began to follow her out of the apartment too, far away from the face's dwelling. She would sit at her desk, struggling to focus on marketing campaigns and pitches, and she would feel a sudden pain in her stomach, forcing her to double over and groan with agony. She would see flickers of the pale face in her peripheral vision, turning to look, only to find there was nothing there. When she walked down the hall to the elevator or down the street outside her building, she would feel as if someone was following her. She never saw anyone, never heard any footsteps coming up behind her, but she could never shake off the sensation. Soon, even her formerly dreamless nights of sleep, as fitful as they had been, became unsafe. She would toss and turn, sweating through her sheets, as her subconscious was tormented by chilling visions and terrible nightmares. She would dream of walking down a long, dark hallway that seemed to go on forever, and something coming up behind her, trying to grab her and drag her away. It would chase her, wide dark eyes and long, long limbs grasping at her, as she ran and ran but never escaped. Other times she would dream of being locked in a damp basement, chained to a wall as the pale creature sat in a chair across from her, just watching, waiting for something, though she didn't know what. Every night, another nightmare that made her wake up screaming, fighting off invisible attackers. After 2 weeks of living in hell, she decided to look out the window again. She had to see, had to know. That night, when she opened the curtains, it was there, mouth wide open, eyes glinting. It was laughing at her. Screw the deposit, enough was enough. She wanted her home back. She picked up the heavy lamp on her bedside table, wound it up, and threw it out the window with all her might. The glass shattered. Little crystalline shards sprang in every direction as the lamp flew through the air, out the window and down to the street below. And just like that, the face was gone. She checked every other window in place, the little one in the bathroom, the peephole on her door, but it was nowhere to be found. She was free. Her knees gave out and she collapsed to the floor, her face in her hands, and wept from sheer relief. Tomorrow she would clean up the broken glass and spin her landlord a story about a freak accident. Someone would come to fix the window, and it would be the best money she had ever spent. Eventually the whole ordeal would fade away from memory like a bad dream, but somewhere out there, someone else was living the nightmare all over again, looking out a darkened window to see an unwelcome guest. The entity known as SCP-965. SCP-965 is a phenomenon affecting framed windows. When it appears, it manifests in the shape of a shadowy face, belonging to a pale man staring in through the window. The details of the man's face vary from person to person, as well as his apparent age and the direction he is facing. However, all reports point to the same figure at various ages, ranging from 10 to 55. The Foundation has attempted to use facial recognition software to identify a citizen matching the description of this figure, but so far, no one has been found. SCP-965 will not appear in just any window. It will only manifest when the lighting on the outside of the window drops below a illumination of 5 candelas. The lighting on the inside of the window does not have any measurable effect. The face will only appear in the confines of a completely assembled window frame, though the window does not necessarily need to be installed anywhere. It will only move from one glass pane to another if its original point of manifestation is destroyed. The face can be seen from an outside vantage point, though it has been described by observers as looking away into the room. When SCP-965 first appears to someone, it produces feelings of unease, anxiety, and low-grade paranoia. Anyone within the visual range of the affected window will experience these feelings, even if the window is covered by curtains or any other means. Any individual that sleeps in an area visible to SCP-965's manifestation point will begin to experience difficulty sleeping, suffering from upsetting and disturbing dreams. However, this is not the endpoint of the entity's impact on those it appears to. At a point between 3 and 10 nights of sleep after its initial appearance, the entity's facial expression will begin to shift into a noticeable smile. After this shift, the victim's symptoms will become physical as well as mental, including ulcers and intestinal bleeding, heartburn, abdominal pain, and even vomiting blood. This has been attributed to the entity's influence on the human body's reaction to heightened levels of stress and fear. The subjects that reach this stage of exposure to SCP-965 begin to see its face in windows in their dreams, as well as spotting it in their peripheral vision while going about their waking life. They begin to see the face out of the corner of their eye, even when the affected window is nowhere in sight. These additional sightings are accompanied by lingering feelings of paranoia and the sensation that something is following or watching them. Though the entity has never made a sound and does not move while it is visible, it can disappear and reappear in different poses. It has also displayed notable signs of sentience, appearing disappointed when it manifests in an empty room, and angry if it sees someone who broke its previous window. When presented with one of the agents who first brought it into custody, the entity appeared frightened for the first time. Testing involving SCP-965, involving the destruction of its host window, confirmed that a multi-paned window might act as multiple holding zones, but significant damage to its overall structure keeps it from being a viable replacement. In this particular case, the entity manifested in a nearby experimentation chamber's observation window, which was promptly destroyed in order to prevent any potential breaches. For a month following this incident, the entity manifested with noticeably hostile facial expressions, clearly resentful of its treatment. Only one other notable incident has occurred so far during the course of SCP-965's containment by the SCP Foundation. Dr. L, the rest of her name has been redacted from the official file, was the head researcher assigned to SCP-965 for several months before she filed an official request for transfer to a different test subject. She was beginning to experience intrusive visions of SCP-965 and lingering feelings of paranoia, lasting long after she left the Foundation's site. Her symptoms were consistent with those of someone who had slept in the presence of the entity, though she swore up and down she had never napped or slept at all in the vicinity of the affected window. She was temporarily relieved of her duties and provided with psychological care. So far, no other instances of SCP-965 impacting staff who have not slept in its presence have been reported, but this case set an unsettling precedent. The mental health of anyone assigned to SCP-965 is to be strictly monitored in case it expands its influence again. SCP-965 is contained within a framed, ready-to-install window made up of 6 panes of clear glass or other comparable material at a size of at least 15 centimeters by 30 centimeters. The window must be kept in an environmentally controlled storage facility, capable of withstanding earthquakes and other seismic activity. The window must be inspected at least once a week in order to check the integrity of the material. Additionally, at least 2 identical framed windows must be stored in the same facility, in separate chambers with additional insulation. Any lighting in the containment chamber should be kept at a minimum of 130 candelas at any time personnel are inside, with the exception of research and experimentation. Though SCP-965 is currently contained, the Foundation is unable to control its movement should its current window be destroyed. Therefore, SCP-965 is classified as Euclid. Scopophobia is the fear of being watched or looked at by others. Those suffering from this fear will often avoid windows, terrified of who might be standing on the other side, staring in and keeping track of everything they do. Even those of us without scopophobia might find ourselves feeling a prickle of dread while looking out the window at night, watching for a shadowy figure or a ghastly face pressed to the glass. Most of the time, of course, there is no one there. It's just an overactive imagination, the lingering effect of watching one too many scary movies. But eventually, your luck might just run out. One night when the world falls quiet and you go to close the curtains before you go to sleep, just in case, you might just feel that someone is right there, on the other side of that thin pane of glass, staring at you with wide, unblinking eyes. It won't ever come inside, but it isn't going anywhere. And as long as you are where it can see you, you will never know peace again. There's no shortage of graffiti in most downtowns. From simple tags to intricate murals, it can be found in almost any alley, underpass, and subway tunnel. To most people who live and work there, it all blends into the background. But one piece of street art isn't so easy to ignore, since unlike most graffiti, this one is animated. John Freeman, an unassuming man in his mid-20s, was out late one night in April of 2004. It was a Saturday, so he'd let loose a little more than he originally intended, and he was starting to feel the effects, so he went out back for some fresh air. This wasn't the most popular bar in the city, so when he opened up the door and stepped out, he found himself completely alone. Despite that fact, he couldn't shake the sense that he was being watched. He looked around, squinting and trying his best to focus his eyes. Just then, John thought he spotted someone behind the dumpster, so he decided to investigate. When he looked behind the dumpster, there was no one to be found. Instead, painted on the wall was a piece of street art. It was a strange piece of art too. A half-human, half-owl creature, rendered in highly realistic detail. The figure was crouched over, and its eyes faced outwards. Eyes that looked far too real, like they were staring at him right out of the wall, following him as he swayed from side to side. There was something so wrong about it. Its intense gaze, its sharp beak, its grasping claws. How could anyone paint something like this? It looked like it could crawl right out of the bricks. Something about the painting made him nervous, but he couldn't look away. It was drawing him in, beckoning him. There was something about it that John just couldn't resist. He stepped closer until he was close enough to reach out and touch it. What John didn't know was that he was also close enough for it to reach out and touch him. Before he could react, he saw the painting come to life. The feathers ruffle, the hands prepare to grab, the beak opens up. For John, it was already too late. From inside the bar, the other patrons heard a loud scream from the alley. The bartender ran outside to see what was going on, but when he got there, all he found was a blood stain on the concrete. There was no sign of John Freeman, and there was no graffiti on the wall. This is just one of the dozens of recorded attacks attributed to what the SCP Foundation has designated SCP-1155, or the Predatory street art. It can appear on any wall in any major metropolitan area, but it prefers ones that are out of the way and isolated, such as back alleys, lonely parking structures, subway tunnels, and underpasses. The creature depicted in the street art has the long, sinewy arms of a human, with the head and feathery body of a large owl. And though its pose changes often, it's always facing out, watching. The Foundation is no stranger to deadly works of art, such as the infamous SCP-173, the living sculpture who will snap your neck if you stop looking at it, or SCP-1074, the abstract art capable of psychologically enthralling the viewer and leading them into a state of catatonia if exposed for too long. However, what sets SCP-1155 apart from these other two is the fact that it's incredibly hard to contain and its methods are particularly violent and gruesome. But more on that later. If you spot this odd painting while you're out walking with friends, you probably wouldn't give it a second thought. But if you're alone, it's a different story. This SCP has an almost hypnotic effect when viewed by a lone person. If you spot it, you'd be overwhelmed by curiosity, and you'll feel compelled to get a closer look. You can potentially resist this hypnotic effect with some effort, especially if you're aware of its anomalous properties, meaning knowledge really is power when it comes to SCP-1155. Once you get within 2 meters of SCP-1155 though, the creature will jump out of the wall and strike, with attacks usually following the same pattern. First, the victim will be restrained to prevent struggle or escape. The eyes and tongue will then be removed, followed by the amputation of the hands and feet. The victim will then be disemboweled and the intestines and stomach removed, all in as little as 6 seconds. But not all of these attacks result in death. Some have actually managed to survive attacks by the predatory street art, with those lucky few being eligible for Class A amnestic therapy, courtesy of the Foundation. In most cases, though, there's no survivors to find and often not even a body at all. Once SCP-1155 has begun its attack, and if it remains unspotted, it will snatch up its prey and vanish before appearing on the wall somewhere else. The Foundation has made attempts to discover where the bodies end up by equipping D-Class test subjects with GPS trackers, but the results of these tests have been inconclusive. Recorded relocation events have covered distances as small as 15 meters or as far as 800 kilometers. But the true range of this creature's movement is unknown. If caught in the act of feeding, though, SCP-1155 will disappear, leaving its victim behind. Usually in these cases, the victim will bleed out and die, but some have survived. 2 such survivors were D-Class personnel who were used for tests to see what happened when the attacks were interrupted. Both were incoherent and badly wounded following the attacks. Their eyes were gone, and one of them also had his tongue, hands, and feet removed. Though neither could adequately communicate what had happened to them, the one who still had a tongue claimed to still be able to see in spite of his missing eyes, and that he was still looking through his stolen eyes. He described what he could see, a kind of grisly pantry, where it appeared SCP-1155 had stashed the remains of its previous victims, perhaps to feed on later. This D-Class managed to escape from on-site quarters during an unrelated containment breach, running back to where he had been attacked by SCP-1155. He was pursued by law enforcement, who had been told by the SCP Foundation that he was an escaped mental patient suffering from serious delusions. The police chased him for several blocks before he disappeared down an alleyway. Officers at the scene reported hearing a scream, but when they got to where it came from, there was no sign of the D-Class. Just a dead-end alley with a blank wall. The other D-Class, the one with no tongue, was successfully relocated to an undisclosed location. While the patient was being moved, though, Foundation surveillance noted an increased level of movement from SCP-1155. The painting was appearing and disappearing, and in each relocation, its posture suggested hunting and tracking behavior, as if it was pursuing the one who got away. The places it was manifesting also became more and more public. At one point, it appeared on the side of a building right in the middle of town, though it was too high up to be reached by any of the hundreds of witnesses. While all of this was happening, the D-Class being held for medical treatment was becoming increasingly distressed. The Foundation theorized that the entity may have been frustrated at losing its prey, and that it would likely continue to relocate in and out of highly visible areas until the D-Class was returned to it. Because of this, the executive decision was made to take the D-Class to the outskirts of the city. SCP-1155 manifested in the area, and the team left both it and the D-Class unobserved. Both the creature and the D-Class soon disappeared, and SCP-1155 resumed its more manageable hunting behavior. Due to this SCP's ability to jump from place to place, it has proven difficult, if not impossible, to contain, and has a well-earned Keter class designation as a result. At first, the Foundation tried physically removing the wall on which the SCP had manifested, but this only caused it to relocate. A similar result happened following attempts to paint over or damage the painting. Current containment procedures involve closely monitoring the disused shopping mall lot where SCP-1155 currently seems to live, for lack of a better term. The mall has been marked as condemned, and Foundation agents continually monitor the area, posing as security guards to dissuade any civilian traffic from entering the danger zone. Mobile Task Force Pi-1, nicknamed the City Slickers, tried to obscure any surface on which the creature appeared, but this didn't end well. First, the team leader ordered that a vending machine be placed in front of the graffiti while it was located in an alley that transients were known to frequent. This was supposed to be only a temporary stopgap, intended to stop any unsuspecting person from falling under SCP-1155's hypnotic spell. In time, a proper containment zone would be established, with more agents forming a security perimeter around the area. But by the time the extra resources arrived and the vending machine was moved, the painting had disappeared. It had responded to the obstruction by relocating and reappearing on a wall at a nearby children's playground. The Foundation quickly mobilized, interrupting SCP-1155 in the middle of an attack in order to trigger another relocation. But sadly, several lives were already lost by the time they arrived. The entire ordeal was a tragic and costly mistake on the Foundation's part. It seems that when SCP-1155 is obstructed, it gets angry. Instances where it relocated after being obstructed more often than not resulted in it moving to a much more public place that would be harder to contain for the Foundation. While it previously appeared in low-traffic areas, it now seemed emboldened following containment attempts and was readily appearing in public spaces. It was argued that all of humanity would be better off allowing a few people to be taken by SCP-1155 every couple of years than risk it ending up in a heavily populated area, where it could endanger who knows how many people before it was noticed. The Foundation continued to research possible containment procedures though, and eventually figured out the perfect minimum distance at which they could create a barrier so that it wouldn't be noticed by the SCP itself. This was one of their more expensive containment protocols, as it required purchasing an entire mall, only to shut it down and condemn it under the pretense of there being a dangerous sinkhole underneath it. The expense seems to have been worth it though, as SCP-1155 is currently still inside the parking structure connected to the mall. The mall and the parking structure are under round-the-clock surveillance via motion capture security cameras, and while there have been no other relocations, there's no telling what might trigger one again. So if you live in a big city and you find yourself walking alone at night, keep an eye on the street art. If you spot a painting of half-human, half-owl that you could swear wasn't there before, resist the urge to check it out and just cross the street instead.
Rock, paper, scissors. A simple hand game dating back to the Han Dynasty of Imperial China. It is a decisive game between two players, with the only outcomes being win, lose, or draw. We're quite familiar with rock, paper, scissors here at the SCP Foundation, as the guards are often seen playing intense rounds of the game to determine who will be the unlucky soul chosen to secure one of the various Keter-class SCPs during a given week. In most cases, this use of rock, paper, scissors is accepted as a largely harmless and fair way for defensive personnel to arrange their shifts. The reason for this is that the results of rock, paper, scissors are generally random, as there are very few ways for an individual's skill to influence the game. Or so one might think. In reality, rock, paper, scissors is a deeply psychological game, and this is mainly because of its origin as a contest between fellow human beings. The average human is vulnerable to making errors and falling into patterns, and with only 3 options to keep track of, it is entirely possible for a seasoned veteran of rock, paper, scissors to predict their opponent's choice before any hands are thrown. Of course, that opponent may also commit an error of their own by misreading the other player's actions, and thus there is always a chance for an impulsive decision to swing the results of the game in either direction. Human limitation is the only skill-based mechanic in the game of rock, paper, scissors, and that same limitation is what, in the eyes of some, holds the game back from reaching its true potential. That was the case until someone out there discovered the rules to an anomalous version of rock, paper, scissors being spread through a mysterious email. While all attempts to trace the email back to its original sender have left the Foundation with more questions than answers, we have been able to learn more about the differences between the rules of standard rock, paper, scissors and the anomalous version. We have given this anomalous version of rock, paper, scissors the designation SCP-4633, and unlike the Classic Edition, under no circumstances are any Foundation personnel allowed to play a game incorporating any of the alternative rules. While the ceiling for skill and variety is theoretically much higher in a rock, paper, scissors match featuring SCP-4633, the risks to the player far outweigh any added novelty. Here is how SCP-4633 functions during an average game of rock, paper, scissors.
Well, average prior to the anomalous properties taking effect, rather than being limited to using merely rock, paper, or scissors. As the name of the game implies, the players gain access to a series of additional hand gestures, which upon the act of being thrown become seamlessly integrated into both players' shared understanding of the rules. This alone would be bizarre enough, but the true harm caused by SCP-4633 is in the nature of the gestures themselves. When one of the non-standard gestures allowed by SCP-4633 is used, the player's hands will change shape in ways that, under normal circumstances, would be anatomically impossible. Each of these non-standard gestures is distinct from the rest, with the only commonality being an unusual tendency for the final gesture to resemble biological structures often seen in sea life. One particular gesture might cause a player to rapidly grow a ring of additional fingers surrounding a gaping anemone-like mouth in the palm, while another could result in the player's entire arm flattening into a fin-like appendage. Regardless of how severe a departure from a typical human limb the final gesture would be, the limbs, and on rare occasions the entire body, of the player using the gesture will quickly and irreversibly mutate into the shape required to successfully perform it. While these gestures overwhelmingly result in forms that would be distressing to most people, the same cognitive effect that causes the participants to accept changes to the rules also appears to apply to the changes affecting their own bodies. To the players of an SCP-4633 augmented match of rock, paper, scissors, the non-standard gestures seem as mundane as the original three. Unfortunately, the morphic properties of SCP-4633 are practically irreversible, with extreme reconstructive surgery being required in even the best of cases. In all instances of SCP-4633, surgical intervention is necessary to prevent the spread of details regarding the non-standard gestures and their usage. Because of the immediate shift in cognitive awareness among participants, all that is needed for a new instance of SCP-4633 to occur is the faintest hint of knowledge of the alternative rules. It's even been noted that between different groups of players, the non-standard gestures can vary heavily or seemingly be created on the fly as the desire to win at all costs takes hold. Here are a few examples of anomalous gestures which have been observed during instances of SCP-4633. This list is by no means comprehensive, but it will provide an insight into how SCP-4633 drastically alters the existing mechanics of the game, as well as the physique of the players. The Thoriley gesture transforms the user's fingers into barbed tentacles. It beats paper and scissors but loses to rock. Chavoaga folds the fingers of the hand into the palm and causes them to emerge through the back of the palm. It allows the user to throw a second gesture after they've seen their opponent's choice. Ashkelhaz splits the hand into a pair of poisonous stingers, which also produce a potent electrical current between them. It has been seen to lose to paper, but seemingly of their own will, the stingers lashed at the opposing player and caused them to fall unconscious 3 rounds later due to the effects of the poison. Chausa beats paper and 2 other anomalous gestures, loses to scissors, rock, and a third gesture, and morphs the user's arm into a dactyl club similar to the front appendage of a mantis shrimp. Izurgov simply causes the player to grow 3 additional thumbs on one hand. The final gesture resembles a triple thumbs up. Izurgov has not been seen to beat any gestures, and the player who uses it always seems to go on to lose the match. Pagakmar causes the middle and ring to recede into the hand, while the pointer and pinky fingers extend to resemble the eye stalks of a snail or slug. The rest of the hand also becomes coated in a thin layer of slime which continues to secrete from within. Pagakmar beats scissors and paper, but loses to rock and another anomalous gesture known as Vayanjek. Incidentally, Vayanjek causes the arm of the player using it to elongate into a worm-like tube that periodically spews a gout of salt water on the opponent. When Vayanjek was seen beating Pagakmar, the saltwater appeared to have some adverse effect on the latter gesture, causing the eye stalks to droop and the hand to shrivel until it was half its original size. Another anomalous gesture is Grazathrog, recognized by the skin, muscle, and veins of the hand turning translucent, revealing a pulsing red organ in the interior of the palm. Once Grazathrog has been thrown, the player who used it may call out the name of one other gesture, which can no longer be used in the current match. The Ukayag gesture is a bit deceptive,
as it resembles rock when first thrown but gradually causes the hand to condense into a lump of inert material, not dissimilar to actual igneous rock. The knuckles as well begin to exude a superheated mineral substance similar to molten lava. Ukayag exclusively beats paper and appears to lose to everything else. Many of the gestures on record have no known name, but their function within SCP-4633's altered rules is clear from the context in which they were used. Such is the case with one anomalous gesture, which caused most of the player's hand to withdraw into a siphon-like opening at their wrist before the very same orifice shot out a stream of ink into the opposing player's eyes. While there was no lasting harm done to the opponent by this gesture, the ink did cause temporary blindness, which persisted until they were defeated by way of their rock losing to paper. Another unknown gesture has been seen beating both Izurgav and Ukayag. This gesture makes the player's hand resemble the crest and gas-filled body of a Pacific man-o'-war. These examples are only scraping the surface of the seemingly endless possibilities that SCP-4633 has to offer. As you can see, the anomalous hand gestures can be just as dangerous within the game itself as the permanent changes they invoke in the user. While the Foundation has done its best to contain all information surrounding SCP-4633, there have been clear efforts by several unknown groups to push the game into continued usage. Over the past 3 decades, instances of SCP-4633 have seen increasing popularity in the world of high-stakes gambling. Perhaps it is because of the inherent thrill of watching 2 opponents trying to strategically outwit each other with a countless number of non-standard gestures, but more likely, it is part of the anomalous effect of SCP-4633 that the game would appeal to those desperate to risk everything on the slim chance of victory. This neatly brings us to the SCP-4633 related incident which occurred aboard the private ocean liner known as the SS Fateful Emma. Before the incident, the Fateful Emma would sail into international waters twice a year. Each time it would bring along a new group of passengers, seemingly selected from the underprivileged and downcast sector of society. A great many of these passengers were convicts with repeat violent offenses chosen from supermax facilities the world over. The process by which these inmates were chosen for a voyage aboard the ship was not dissimilar from the methods the Foundation uses to acquire new Class D personnel. Naturally, this was how the research team was able to be tipped off about the Fateful Emma. It became apparent soon after looking into the ship's career that the individuals altered by the effects of SCP-4633 had been seen departing from the ship on multiple occasions in remote island harbors. Most of the time, the individuals would also be, to the best of their ability with their metamorphized forms, carrying briefcases filled with hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. While witnesses tend to write off the strange appearances of those affected as being the result of a deformity or injury, or in more pronounced instances dismissing the encounters as sightings of creatures from the local mythology, it was clear to anyone familiar with SCP-4633 what was truly going on. These passengers were being made to play pitched games of rock, paper, scissors featuring SCP-4633 for massive sums of wealth, and what was worse, the grand prize winners were seemingly being released back into civilization without the knowledge of law enforcement. Of course, what the Foundation was most concerned about was the potential for the large-scale leak of detailed information involving SCP-4633. It seemed that the Foundation's latest faceless enemy had revealed itself. Whatever wealthy group of individuals was pulling the strings behind the games aboard the SS Fateful Emma, it was very likely that the ship was also well protected by a private army of trained mercenaries. In a display of swift but necessary initiative, the Foundation assembled a brand new mobile task force to be dispatched onto the ocean liner. Mobile Task Force Row 52, with the fitting codename Rochambeau. The Mobile Task Force would board the vessel secretly and use whatever means necessary to prevent the spread of SCP-4633 and any evidence of the associated non-standard hand gestures. Before the Fateful Emma's next voyage, the Foundation isolated the port where it would depart from and made sure that the MTF agents were in position. The operation was co-captained by Agent Dubois and Agent Zhang, both of whom prided themselves on having extraordinarily good luck. Agent Dubois would stealthily move the majority of the agents under his command into the cargo hold below deck and await Agent Zhang's signal. Agent Zhang himself would assume the name and identity of one of the criminal passengers, who was intercepted before boarding by the Mobile Task Force. The would-be participant was subsequently detained and brought into the Foundation as a Class D personnel. As the SS Fateful Emma began to leave the harbor, Agent Zhang joined the other passengers who had been gathered together in an enormous function hall. There was little indication of when the games would begin, and Zhang made an effort to keep a low profile until more information was available. Shortly after the ship had officially arrived in international waters, an eccentric man entered the room on a walkway that overlooked the rest of the passengers. He was flanked by a pair of armed bodyguards. It was plain from the man's style of dress and demeanor that he was both absurdly wealthy and completely out of his mind. He wore a pure white tuxedo and a scarf that seemed to have been made from the fur of a Siberian tiger. A pair of dark shades with sequin rims obscured his eyes from view. But by far the strangest aspect of the rich man was the fact that emerging from the wrist of his right arm was the eyeless head of a moray eel where his hand should be. The man spoke, addressing the entire room. "Welcome, passengers new and old, to the SS Fateful Emma. While you are aboard this ship, your fate is in your own hands. Over the next 24 hours, you will have the rare opportunity to play the greatest game of chance that humanity has ever known. Generations of people from every continent and every walk of life have given their all to the mastery of rock, paper, scissors, across, ///////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////
pause for breath. In his report, Agent Zhang described the man's voice as gaining an increasingly loud hum as his speech continued, and that some of the syllables didn't seem to be the product of human vocal cords. He soon concluded his string of gibberish and resumed speaking intelligible language. As is customary, we will be utilizing the Iljesh Toi rules. You will begin by selecting a single opponent and challenging them to a best of 2 of 3 match. This is a single elimination tournament, and any competitors who cannot otherwise continue to engage in matches will also be eliminated. By the end of your time here, the luckiest among you will be named the undisputed champion of these games, and will be granted unlimited freedom, along with the cash prize. The rest of you will have to determine your own fates, for you all know what awaits you below. May your hands be ready, your minds be sharp, and remember, winning is everything. With a flourish of his moray eel hand, the wealthy man finished his introductions and promptly exited the room. Agent Zhang looked at the passengers surrounding him and saw that they were already beginning to play rock, paper, scissors with each other. A few had already begun using the anomalous gestures, warping their limbs into hideous subnautical shapes. Agent Zhang gave the signal to Agent Dubois and the rest of the mobile task force to begin the operation. Their target was primarily the moray-handed man, as well as any other close associates that he had on board. They would capture him alive and interrogate him into revealing the mystery behind this illegal gambling ring. Once the mercenaries were dealt with, Agent Dubois' team would further command the ocean liner and navigate it to SCP Foundation Research Site 45 to await further orders. As for Agent Zhang, he knew what he had to do. To buy time, he would participate in the ensuing rock, paper, scissors tournament and eliminate as many of the other players as possible. This, he believed, was the best way to minimize the number of anomalous gestures that would be used aboard the ship. Of course, he himself wouldn't be using any of the anomalous gestures either, opting to limit himself to the standard 3. This could put him at a severe disadvantage over the course of the competition, but Agent Zhang knew better than to tempt fate. Still, being eliminated seemed like something he may want to avoid. Even though the consequences for elimination were left vague in the strange rich man's speech, he still didn't feel that it would be wise to put himself in a compromised position while aboard the fateful Emma. Bracing himself for the worst, Agent Zhang accepted the challenge of a nearby passenger. He was off to a promising start when he threw a scissors hand against his opponent's paper. Because the matches were best 2 out of 3, all he needed was to win one of the next 2 matches, and he'd survive this round. Then he saw the devious look on his opponent's face, and he knew that this match was about to get weird. Rather than admit defeat, Agent Zhang prepared to throw scissors again. The two challenged their hands, and just as Zhang had feared, his opponent threw an anomalous gesture. Almost instantly, the opponent's hand took on a multi-mouthed piscine form, which began to spit sharp teeth in Agent Zhang's direction. Fortunately, the agent's bulletproof vest was able to withstand the impact of the teeth. What was even more fortunate was the fact that the opponent seemed to be a good sport,
Scissors beats Azravok, you win, said the other passenger before walking away in search of their next match. Curiously, the passenger's transformed arm continued to fire teeth across the room at random intervals, occasionally hitting and causing injury to one of the other competitors. Agent Zhang was grateful that the body armor he was wearing had been tested to withstand rapid fire from SCP-127. Compared to the raw power of the living gun, the teeth launched from Azravok gestures were practically BB rounds. He had succeeded in not being eliminated, both from the game and generally. Excited about his win, Zhang sought out another opponent to test his luck. Below deck, Agent Dubois and the rest of the mobile task force had just finished facing off against some of the hired mercenaries when they entered a room presumed to be the ocean liner's sickbay. Inside was a grisly sight. A second rock-paper-scissors tournament playing out between players that had been so thoroughly transformed by the anomalous gestures of SCP-4633 that they barely appeared to still be human. It was like a scene from a deep-sea documentary, with strange and unknowable creatures vying for dominance, not within a natural food chain or competition for resources, but within a seemingly never-ending struggle to win a game of chance. It was Purgatory. Rock, paper, scissors, Purgatory. Agent Dubois was appalled, but he knew better than to attempt to stop these creatures from doing the one thing keeping them all distracted. The moray-handed man was still somewhere in the ship, and capturing him was far more important. The research team would decide what to do with these former humans once the ship was secure within the Foundation's custody. However, what Agent Dubois didn't realize is that some of these creatures were advancing on his team. In nightmarish and unearthly voices they chanted,
Rock, rock, paper, scissors.
Suddenly, one of the abominations, who resembled nothing more closely than an enormous mass of coral, produced 4 arms from within its body and began to throw anomalous hand signs towards the agents. One of the arms threw Ukyag, which coated an unsuspecting agent in hot lava, causing him to drop to the floor in pain. Panicked, Dubois ordered the task force to eliminate every living thing in the sickbay, although not in the sense of their tournament standing, of course. Meanwhile, Agent Zhang was on a win streak in the function hall. Through sheer luck and determination, he had managed to avoid elimination while eliminating several other passengers himself. He began to notice that those who were eliminated were quietly escorted away by the bouncers, seeming to have their anomalous changes treated. Now it was only down to 12 remaining passengers. Agent Zhang knew that it was only a matter of time before Dubois and his team took control of the ship, but feeling reckless, he challenged one of the remaining passengers. In that moment, something came over him, as if his determination to see the mission through was also compelling him to win at any cost. His opponent threw Pagakmar, and out of instinct, Zhang threw Vanyajek. The agent went on to win the entire tournament, but sadly, he was unable to collect the prize money, as during the skirmish below deck, the man with the moray hand had escaped with a small fortune in a high-speed submersible. His ultimate goals and the scope of the shadowy group he represented would remain unanswered for the time being. When the SS Fateful Emma finally arrived at Site 45, Agent Zhang came to his senses and realized that he had underestimated the cognitive side effects of SCP-4633. Due to the immediately recognizable anomalous state of both his arms, Agent Zhang was later contained on site with minimal security. It's believed that researchers are still searching for a method to reverse the effects. It just goes to show that winning isn't everything. The tiny carnivorous snowmen are relentless, sharp fangs dripping with blood as they crawl en masse towards the mobile task force, opening fire on them with their assault rifles. Who would have guessed that a mere hour or two earlier, a young boy was joyfully playing around in the snow here? How had things gone from frosty to freaky so fast? Let's rewind the clock. There was a chill in the air, that lingering, biting cold that would gnaw at your exposed skin if you dared to step outside in anything less than a thick, warm coat for protection. The ground was still coated in a heavy snowfall, a holdover from Christmas just past, weather that had refused to let up well into the early days of the new year. Everyone reaches an age where the cynicism of life, the weight of expectations that keep you anchored in the real world, they all coalesce to rob you of the childlike wonder of the snow. As you get older, the snow loses its novelty. It becomes a source of inconvenience, something that you need to shovel off the driveway to take your car out. Whereas, turn the clock back to youth,
and it's like a tiny miracle. It coats your whole world in a clean blanket of freezing frost, turning the ordinary into a wonderland. Robert and Michaela Anderson were glad that their son Michael was still at an age where he could enjoy the snow. After all, Michaela getting to take her son out in his sled or seeing him hurling snowballs at Robert was able to provide them with a little bit of warmth during the freezing cold, snowier months in Missouri. Optimism was never enough to melt the snow, however, and maybe that's what drew in those creatures, the snowmen. It was early 2019, not even a full 2 weeks into the year. By now, Michael had gotten used to the fact that after Christmas and New Year's Day, a begrudging return to school would soon follow. As much as it clearly brought down his mood, nothing lifted his spirits like still getting to be out in the snow. And after a long day of helping his mom take down the tinsel and pack up the lights while his dad disposed of the tree, Michael was itching to go outside. "Please, Mom?" he begged as a box of decorations was placed back in the attic, his hands clasped together in a pleading gesture. "Please, please, please, just 5 minutes. I won't go further than the front yard." Michaela sighed, partly from exhaustion, but a smile crept onto her face. It was hard not to find her son's love for the snow endearing. "All right, but only for 5 minutes," she insisted firmly. "And I want to see gloves, hat, and a scarf, not just a coat, mister." With the speed and excitement that she and her husband had long since lost, she watched Michael race off to gather his warmest winter coat. "Remember when we were like that?" Robert heaved a sigh as he appeared from chopping up that dried-out, dehydrated remains of the Christmas tree. "No, do you?" Michaela replied with a light chuckle. Before long, Michael had donned his gloves and coat, almost a size too big. His scarf was almost wrapping up his entire head, save for the little bobble hat that poked out at the top. Robert opened up the front door, and his son stepped out into a world that had been whitewashed with clear, cold snow. Given that the Andersons lived on a small street in Grain Valley, there weren't many other people around, especially not with another flurry of snowfall moving closer in the clouds up above. But it wasn't the next snowfall that the residents of Grain Valley, Missouri should have been worrying about. It was the previous one, the one that had already fallen, and what was now hiding among the snow in the Anderson family's front yard. Having few other kids his own age to play with and not being allowed to venture too far from the front porch, Michael was content to spend his precious time outdoors making snow angels or practicing throwing snowballs. He had long been trying to get one to clear the roof of the small house he and his parents shared, leaving a few scattered patches of snow embedded on the roof shingles. A few meters from the front door stood a snowman. Granted, that was hardly a rare sight at this time of year, especially in the cold weather, but what was so unusual about it was that Michael hadn't remembered making a snowman recently. His parents hadn't let him out in the snow on his own since the start of the new year, given how badly the downfall and icy winds had been for the first week of January. Sure, somebody else could have made it, taking a pause as they passed by the Andersons' front yard, although not Michael nor either of his parents had spotted anyone doing that. The snowman itself was featureless, the white of its ice-cold body smeared with mud and dead leaves, debris that had been packed in with the snow used in its crude construction. It was featureless, too. Whoever had made it hadn't gone to the effort of giving it a face, nor draped an old scarf over it or given it a hat. It just stood there, but not like any other snowman. There was nothing welcoming about it. In fact, it was, fittingly, cold. Given how far away it stood, it was almost as if it was watching the house. Curiously, Michael began to approach the snowman. Being only 9 years old, his imagination was immediately running with the possibility that this snow and mulch construct could be alive, much akin to the likes of Frosty the Snowman. Little did young Michael Anderson know that he wasn't far away from the truth, although this particular snowman wasn't quite the happy, jolly soul from the much-covered holiday song. He hadn't got that much closer to the snowman when he heard something move nearer to where he stood. There was the rustle of leaves and the snapping of small twigs coming up from a bush next to him. Michael couldn't see what it was, but it was far too low to the ground and too close to the house for it to be a bird. Maybe a possum or raccoon had gotten trapped in the thin branches and was now scrambling to try and free itself. Diverting from approaching the snowman, he walked closer to the plant. As he did, the rustling got louder, more frantic, almost hungry. There wasn't just one creature lurking out of sight beneath the leaves, but lots of somethings. Robert and Michaela had been sitting indoors watching the TV when they heard a spine-chilling scream coming from outside. Instantly, they were both up on their feet, racing toward the front door. Robert threw it open, and Michael dashed inside in floods of fearful tears. "What happened, sweetie?" Michaela asked, concerned, brushing snowflakes from her son's coat. "Are you okay? Did you slip?" Through crying and sniffling, shaking uncontrollably with how afraid he was, Michael couldn't find the words to answer. Instead, he pointed through the still open door directly at the snowman, still standing at the edge of the front yard. How long has that been there? Robert wondered aloud, taking a single step outside. "Don't, Dad!" Michael screamed, but it was already too late. Something small and speedy had leaped out of the snow in the front yard and latched onto Robert's leg. He howled as he felt searing pain, bitten by rows of tiny pointed teeth, as sharp as needles and as bitterly cold as ice. Stumbling back, Robert Anderson fell over and landed on the floor in the front hallway, inadvertently carrying whatever had attacked him into his home. Both Michaela and Michael screamed in fear as the tiny creature clawed its way up Robert's leg while he swatted at it frantically, trying to brush it away before it could get closer. With a blind swipe of his hand, he knocked the creature to the floor and clambered to his feet, arms outstretched, keeping his wife and son behind him, while staring in disbelief at what had bitten him. It was barely more than half a meter tall, a tiny, white snowman. Bulbous, bloodied eyes bulged from its head, much like those of an insect. Directly between the eyes was a hole, a mouth not unlike a lamprey, lined with rows of sharp teeth that all pointed inwards. It reared up and lunged toward the Anderson family, in a display of aggression that caused all three of them to jump, warily backing away from the snow creature. It was then that Robert and Michaela noticed what had frightened their son so much. Out of the corner of their eye, they both simultaneously caught the sight of the open front door and the yard beyond. Wriggling through the snow, shifting as they moved, were even more of the creatures, slithering towards the house like piranhas catching the scent of blood in the water. And standing ominously just beyond the driveway was the snowman, as if it was the general commanding its troops to storm the house. The Andersons raced upstairs as the swarm of snow creatures came spilling into the house, crawling from the yard onto the floor and piling on top of each other, like ants to climb the stairs. Naturally, Michaela's first instinct, as well as protecting her son, was to call the police. While Robert held the door to the bedroom shut, Michaela held Michael close and pleaded with the local Green Valley Police Department to come and help them. Although they only seemed to take the call seriously when Michael started screaming again. One of the snow creatures had pushed its way under the doorframe and was sneaking its way towards Robert to attack him, leaving a trail of water behind it. Stepping back and thinking fast, Robert grabbed a hairdryer and switched it on full blast. The sudden rush of electrically heated air caused the toothy snow creature to retreat into a corner. Refusing to let up, Robert got closer and kept the hairdryer trained on it, eventually causing the creature to melt, until little more was left than a damp puddle. But the victory was momentary. There were still more of them crawling up the stairs after the Andersons. With their sharp teeth, they were gnawing at the wood of the bedroom door, trying to force their way inside. Fortunately for Robert, Michaela, and their son Michael, they wouldn't be able to recall the horrific events of January 12, 2019 for much longer. By the time the local police arrived, it had become clear to the officers responding that they were well out of their depth, especially when one of them was injured, suffering a bite from a snow creature. That was what led the SCP Foundation being called in, and within 15 minutes, they had dispatched mobile task force operatives to secure the anomaly. Being some of the Foundation's most highly trained agents, it didn't take long for the MTF to neutralize the carnivorous snow creatures. However, they quickly realized that the mysterious snowmen that had seemingly spawned the swarm could not be melted by any conventional means, nor would it deteriorate naturally on its own. A cover story was issued that Michael had suffered an accident and fallen down an open pothole that had become obscured by heavy snowfall. As a result, police officers were dispatched to help him, although the injury sustained by one officer due to a bite from a snow creature was never explained. Following this, the Anderson family was administered amnestics, meaning they quickly forgot about the whole terrifying ordeal. Maybe it was for the best, however. Young Michael seemed irreparably changed. He never went out to enjoy the snow again, repeatedly suffering from nightmares about the cold. Meanwhile, the anomalous snowman was recovered and thus designated as SCP-4230. Immediately, the SCP Foundation did as their organization does best and commenced testing. with a human subject, no less. They quickly discovered that SCP-4230 seemed to generate a sort of field around itself that could trigger a distinctive physiological change in any human being or animal that came within 6 meters of the Snowman. This process became known under the designation of SCP-4230-1. It appeared that Michael Anderson had managed to unknowingly escape this fate purely by not getting too close to SCP-4230, staying just far enough away so as not to trigger SCP-4230-1. The Foundation placed D-19375, a member of their D-Class personnel, within this 6-meter radius of the Snowman, and observed the gradual changes he underwent over the following week. For simplicity's sake, we'll refer to D-19375 as Frost, a rather fitting moniker, and you'll soon see why. Within a day of exposure to the Snowman, Frost complained to a senior researcher that he felt a lot colder than usual, although he exhibited no other observable symptoms beyond the coughing and sniffling of a common cold. By the following day, Frost was far worse for wear, appearing to have lost significant body mass to the point where he'd appeared to have been malnourished. His cold-like symptoms had continued, accompanied by disorienting dizziness, and as if all that wasn't bad enough, his skin tone had seemingly lost its natural pigment, reduced to an unnaturally pale shade, as white as snow. Day 3 saw Frost's body continue to change rapidly at an alarming rate. He was internally producing an unknown chemical that looked to be responsible for enacting certain alterations, namely the dissolving of his femur and fibula. The cold and dizziness were also now made all the worse by the addition of pain to the man's lower body. Frost even reported to Foundation researchers studying him that every movement he was able to make caused him to suffer extreme levels of physical pain. But yet, rather than attempt to cure his condition, the Foundation apathetically observed, noting down the process of SCP-4230-1. Within 5 days of exposure to SCP-4230, naturally occurring substances within Frost's body had traveled downwards and solidified. This was followed by the most shocking stage of the SCP-4230-1 process so far, and one that made the Foundation realize that these weren't just changes, it was a transformation. When Day 5 saw Frost's skeleton physically reshaping itself, his head becoming a sphere and his arms extending outwards like brittle twigs, it soon became clear what was happening to him. He was turning into a snowman. Rendered immobile and blind, a week after SCP-4230-1 began to take effect, Frost had started to secrete an unknown substance. This liquid lowered his body temperature, freezing almost instantly, and turning his skin into an icy white mass, worryingly similar to snow. Sure enough, on the 8th day, the extent of the SCP-4230-1 process was made evident. Frost had already perished, his body now looking identical to a plain, featureless snowman. No eyes or face, just a blank, cold slate. But underneath the outer layer of snow, Frost's bones and the rest of his organs were still contained inside. From the outside, though, he wasn't even human anymore. Just an instance of what became known as SCP-4230-A. However, being turned into another snowman by close proximity to SCP-4230 wasn't even the worst part. By now, you might be wondering, what were those snow creatures that attacked the Andersons? You'd be forgiven for thinking that perhaps these were rodents or other wild animals affected by SCP-4230-1. After all, testing has shown that the process doesn't just alter human physiology, but these carnivorous needle-toothed creatures are known as SCP-4230-Bs. And they are nasty little critters, to say the least. When a person or animal is turned into a snowman during SCP-4230-1, becoming one of these instances is far from the full extent of the transformation. The tests the Foundation conducted on Frost, and presumably on numerous other D-Class personnel as well, led to them discovering the further alterations made when someone becomes an SCP-4230-A instance. Their freezing, snow-encased bodies become hosts for white, spherical eggs. After a subject like Frost becomes an SCP-4230-A snowman, these eggs will hatch within 72 hours, producing up to 19 instances of SCP-4230-B creatures. The Foundation was quick to examine these bizarre snow spawn, gathering up as many as they could for testing. They found that instances of SCP-4230-B matured to adulthood remarkably quickly, reaching adulthood in 15 seconds. Destroying the eggs containing these creatures seemed to be an effective way of preventing swarms of SCP-4230-Bs from getting loose, although the snowman each egg came from would also have to be destroyed to achieve this result. Also, the lifespans of the smaller snow creatures only lasted for a total of 24 hours, and they would melt away after a full day of life, regardless of the surrounding temperature. SCP-4230-Bs seem uninterested in food that was presented to them. Specifically, one test involved giving a snow creature a head of lettuce and a watermelon. The creature regarded the fruit and vegetables with little interest, even refusing to eat either despite prompts from the researchers. This painted the SCP-4230-Bs as exclusive carnivores, which explained why they attacked the Anderson family. They were trying to eat them, hunting the Andersons as a pack. Further testing into SCP-4230-Bs revealed they had a weakness to heat above a temperature of 40 degrees Fahrenheit. During another test, a D-class was sent into a cell with 10 of the carnivorous snow creatures, armed only with a simple lighter, an emergency flare, and 1 gallon of gasoline. Immediately, all 10 of the SCP-4230-Bs crawled toward the man, hungry, and determined him to be a new source of food. That is, until they noticed the lighter he was carrying. The D-class frantically clicked the spark wheel until the flame danced from the lighter, causing 7 of the creatures to back away from the heat source cautiously. The D-class was able to kill the remaining 3 instances in self-defense, causing them to melt with little effort. He was far luckier than the subject of the next test would be. Another D-class was placed in a holding cell with 3 of the snow creatures, and much like before, they instantly acknowledged his presence and began approaching him. However, the Foundation had sent this member of D-class in completely unarmed, without even so much as a match to defend himself. The carnivorous beasts made short work of their helpless victim, feeding on what was left. The Foundation was able to dispatch instances of SCP-4230-B with relative ease, even without waiting for them to simply melt after a day. The use of flamethrowers or drawing them into warmer areas seemed effective enough at destroying the small snowman that hatched out of SCP-4230-A bodies. However, some bright spark at the Foundation decided to test what would happen if the opposite element was used against SCP-4230-B creatures. Were they vulnerable to the snow despite being made from a snow-like substance themselves? Another test was conducted to answer this, which involved a small snowball being thrown at one of the SCP-4230-Bs. The result of that incident has been entirely expunged from the Foundation's archives, but it's a safe guess to ask why. Evidently, when attacked using snow or ice, SCP-4230-Bs are seemingly able to adapt in some way that is determined to their attacker. Do they add snow to their mass or become even more aggressive? It's hard to say given the redactions, but the result of that final test were deemed so catastrophic that the Foundation banned any further testing that involved SCP-4230-Bs. As for where SCP-4230 first came from, the Foundation is still baffled. The first reported incident involving the killer snowman and the carnivorous creatures it produced came when the Andersons found themselves under siege by hungry SCP-4230-Bs. Maybe the snowman is just a freak of nature, or the result of an unknown pathogen or microorganism carried in a snowstorm one fateful night. Or perhaps SCP-4230 is something far, far more vicious. Whatever the case, we would recommend waiting for the sun to come back out and the snow to melt, just to be safe. Stop me if you've heard this one before. A young man was driving home from work late one rainy night when he spotted a woman in a white dress and a red sweater walking along the shoulder of the road. Concerned for her safety, he slowed down and rolled down the window so he could talk to her. When he asked where she was going, she said she was walking to her parents' house. The man pulled over and offered her a ride that she accepted. The woman gave him the address of her home, hopped in the back seat, and the man drove off. He sensed that she must have been cold from walking in the rain, so he cranked up the car's heater to help her dry off. Soon she removed her heavy red sweater and placed it on the seat next to her. The man tried to make friendly conversation, asking if the woman had a job, what she was studying at school, where'd she been that day, but she remained quiet, staring out the window, until they drove past an old graveyard. The woman began pounding on the glass of the car as if she desperately wanted something. Unsure of what to do, the man pulled over. But before he could ask her what was happening, she had gotten out of the car. He exited the car to try and find her, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. She must have somehow ran off. Confused, the man got back in his car and drove away. He went on his way and didn't think of it again until the next day, when he noticed her sweater was still in the back of his car. He decided to go to the house she had originally given him the address for and give it back to her. He found the home without any trouble, but when he knocked on the door, the old woman who answered it was confused by his story. She told him that her daughter couldn't have possibly left her sweater in his car because she died in a car accident 30 years ago. The Vanishing Hitchhiker is a classic ghost story, with the details varying from place to place and storyteller to storyteller. In Chicago, she goes by Resurrection Mary, named after the graveyard she asks for rides to. In Okinawa, Japan, she's known as the Nightwalker of Nago, and she only appears to taxi drivers. In Kent, England, she's Suzanne, a bride killed in a car wreck on the way to her bachelorette party. In North Carolina, her name is Lydia, and in Hawaii, she's believed to be the goddess Pele in human form. But as far as our friends at the SCP Foundation are concerned, the Vanishing Hitchhiker's name is Mary Talish, also known as SCP-1337. On the 19th of May, 1952, college sophomore Mary Talish was abducted on her way to class in her hometown of Muncie, Indiana. When police found her body 2 weeks later, her eyes and heart had been torn from her body in a ritualistic fashion, and she had scrapes and bruises that suggested she had been beaten before her murder. Her killers were never caught, and her body was returned to her family for burial in Tomlinson Cemetery. Starting on the 19th of June that same year, someone matching Mary's description, a Caucasian woman with blonde hair standing 150 centimeters tall and wearing a red sweater, was spotted trying to flag down passing vehicles along Mayflower Road. Since then, every month on the 19th, Mary has been sighted along that stretch of road, and every month the same scenario plays out. Mary gives anyone who picks her up directions to her parents' house. Then on the way, she instructs the driver to stop at the graveyard where she was buried. She vanishes from the car, leaving her sweater. The driver of the car tries to return the sweater to her parents' house, only to be told that Mary Talish was dead. When the SCP Foundation was made aware of Mary Talish's pattern of haunting in the late 50s, they set up a system where agents would patrol Mayflower Road at hourly intervals with the intention of picking Mary up. Agents were sent on their own, in non-Foundation cars, and instructed to stick to the accepted script of the Vanishing Hitchhiker legend, without attempting to engage Mary in further conversation. Mary's parents were also given E-Class agent status to keep them from speaking about the haunting, and told that the Foundation was working on a way to set the spirit to rest. Early attempts to study the apparition were inconclusive. It proved impossible for the Foundation to relocate her or trigger her manifestation outside of the 19th of every month, and attempts to analyze her sweater were fruitless, since if the sweater wasn't returned to the Talish family home, it would simply vanish from containment at or around sunset on the next 19th. For 20 years, SCP-1337 events continued to happen as normal. D-Class personnel under the instruction of the Foundation would pick Mary up, drive her past the cemetery, and return her sweater to her parents. It was business as usual, and in fact it was one of the more sedate reoccurring apparitions the Foundation had to deal with. But, as you might have guessed, that peace wouldn't last forever. Enter Dr. Lawson, who in 1972 was placed in charge of all resources regarding SCP-1337. Dr. Lawson was getting sick of all this phantom hitchhiker business, and while most of the Foundation was happy to keep this routine going, Lawson thought that the continual picking up and dropping off of Mary Talish and her red sweater was a waste of the Foundation's valuable time. After all, it was the early 70s. The price of oil was at an all-time high, so the expense of sending car after car up and down the same road for a solid day once a month just to pick up a ghost was more trouble than it was worth. So Lawson started developing a plan, one that he didn't go through the proper Foundation channels to approve. He reasoned that the reason Mary's ghost kept coming back was because she wanted something. Since always asked for a ride home, then it must mean she wanted to return back to her parents. So logic followed that if she had nothing or no one to go back to, then she'd stop appearing. On the 18th of June 1973, Lawson went ahead with his plan without his superior's knowledge and ordered the execution of Mary Talish's parents. as well as the immediate demolition of their family home. According to his journals, Lawson had hoped that his attempt at decommissioning 1337 would significantly cut the Foundation's gas bills, freeing up valuable funds, at which point he'd surely be promoted in recognition of his brilliance. But that wasn't what happened. Lawson was demoted from team leader to junior staff, and only kept on 1337 detail out of the belief that, without a family to return to, Lawson would become the new focal point of the haunting should Mary Talish ever return. Though Lawson's actions weren't at all above board, even by SCP Foundation standards, they did seem to have worked. The 19th of June came and went without a single Mary sighting, and she wasn't seen the next month either. A full year went by without any sign of the Mayflower Road apparition. Satisfied with this turn of events, the Foundation made the decision to officially reclassify SCP-1337 from safe to safe decommissioned, and the gas money that was budgeted for the Mayflower Road Patrol was redirected to the SCP-682 Tank Acid Fund. But even though everything seemed to have been sorted out, Lawson wasn't entirely satisfied, and not just because of his demotion. Whether it was intuition or merely guilt-induced paranoia is unclear, but he suspected that Mary was still out there somewhere. At first he thought that she might show up on the anniversary of her parents' deaths, but then that date came and went, as did 8 more anniversaries after it. Finally, on the 19th of June 1983, Lawson decided he had to see for himself. Fitted with recording equipment, he drove alone, in a non-Foundation standard car, down that lonely stretch of road, where so many before him had stopped to pick up that mysterious blonde woman with the red sweater. He had to prove to himself that she wouldn't show up, that he had really and truly gotten rid of her for good. It was about 5 o'clock in the evening when he reached Mayflower Road. At first, he didn't experience anything strange. He scanned the roadside, looking for the phantom hitchhiker walking along it, but there was nobody there. Dr. Lawson breathed a sigh of relief. He may have orchestrated the deaths of 2 innocent people, but at least it hadn't been for nothing. He turned on the recorder he brought with him and logged that nothing had happened. SCP-1337 had been permanently neutralized. As he approached the T intersection and prepared to turn onto Marsh Avenue, he looked up to adjust his rearview mirror. To his horror, he found that he wasn't alone in the car. Someone was in the seat behind him. Someone with blonde hair and a red sweater. His last transmission consisted only of, "Wait, who the hell are you?" before the recording abruptly stopped. Lawson's car was found soon after by Foundation agents. Lawson was dead in the front seat, bruised and bloody, with his eyes and heart ripped out in a ritualistic fashion, just the way Mary Talish had been found all the way back in 1952. It turns out that Mary hadn't been neutralized after all. She'd just been waiting for a chance to get revenge on the man who killed her family. And Mary didn't stop with Dr. Lawson. No longer does she appear, walking along the road waiting for someone to offer her a ride before disappearing without incident. Now, should someone pass by without offering a ride, she will appear in their back seat before reenacting the method of her own death upon the driver. And her physical appearance has changed too. Whereas before she looked like the image of a pretty young woman before her tragedy, now recordings show that she appears with the wounds of her death present, her eyes gouged out in their sockets, and a massive hole in her chest where her heart should be. The same wounds she inflicts on her victims. The SCP Foundation has tried closing off and eventually destroying the road, but that has only resulted in Mary manifesting at other locations in and around Meansea. Foundation documents reveal that any back road in the city can potentially serve as host to a 1337 event, and all attempts to contain the apparition have failed. The only way someone who has seen Mary can avoid her wrath is by stopping to pick her up, at which point she will dematerialize before reappearing on another road. Mobile task forces have been unsuccessful, as Mary only appears to those driving alone, and all agents who have been sent on solo missions to apprehend her have resulted in the death of the agent. SCP-1337 was reinstated, this time as Euclid class. Currently, the Foundation's method of managing SCP-1337 is to dispatch a security team on the 19th of every month to monitor all the places where a potential sighting could take place. As soon as signs of a manifestation are identified, A remotely controlled vehicle containing a single D-Class is driven to the location. Once Mary appears in the car is piloted to the empty lot where her home used to stand, and the remains of the D-Class are then disposed of. Like a lot of the stories that get passed down as urban legends, the story of SCP-1337 has a lesson that can be taken away from it. This SCP started off as an ordinary local haunting, no more deadly than Lydia, Suzanne, Resurrection Mary, or any of the countless other local versions of the Vanishing Hitchhiker story. But thanks to one rogue Foundation doctor and his desire to rush what he thought would be an efficient solution, the spirit not only became harder to control, but also much more violent and bloodthirsty than anyone was prepared to deal with. So if there's anything we can learn here, it's that no matter if you're a student, an office worker, or a researcher with the SCP Foundation, think twice about cutting corners. It might save you a little bit of time and money in the short term, but in the long term, the results could be fatal. Dr. Bradshaw had only been working at the SCP Foundation for a few years, but in that time he had seen things that had changed him irreparably. Ancient texts about world-ending abominations, machines that could spontaneously produce any food or drink from nowhere, friendly slime monsters with a penchant for tickling, invisible kleptomaniac women, and wannabe heroic men covered in spikes. But one anomaly in particular stuck with him, haunted his dreams, and dominated his waking thoughts. SCP-049, that mysterious masked doctor with his deadly touch and strange beaked visage, trying in vain to cure something he would only refer to as, quote, the pestilence and, quote, the great dying. His cure was more like a curse, it seemed, as his unusual treatments transformed his patients into the mindless living dead, shuffling around as malformed shells of their former selves. If this was the cure, Dr. Bradshaw found himself often wondering, what was the disease? Many researchers had attempted to get to the bottom of this question over the years, interviewing SCP-049 and nurturing their own pet theories in their free time, but none had ever received a satisfying answer, ever reached a real conclusion. It was this legacy of fruitless hypothesizing and questioning that led Dr. Bradshaw to pitch his own plan for unmasking the pestilence once and for all. He would gather every prominent theory his colleagues could come up with, including several of his own. Then he would simply engage the Plague Doctor in polite discourse, walking him through each theory one by one, and waiting to see if any of them stuck. It took Dr. Bradshaw weeks to collect and distill the theories down into a workable list of questions, consolidating those that overlapped and eliminating those that were simply ridiculous, such as Dr. Bright's potentially facetious insistence that the pestilence was lactose intolerance. But when the day came, he felt ready to take on the task. When the interview was through, perhaps he would have managed to do what none before him at the Foundation had. Perhaps he would understand what the Plague Doctor was fighting with his unorthodox methods, and by extension, how they could pacify him non-lethally once and for all. Dr. Bradshaw held his notebook tight as he made the long walk down the hall from his office to SCP-049's containment chamber. This was it, the moment of truth, he hoped. He had asked his colleagues to pump the scent of lavender into 049's room to put him at ease, as well as give him his dinner just in time for the meeting. He hoped that the meal, a little glass of wine, and the peaceful atmosphere would make the Plague Doctor more amenable to his line of questioning. SCP-049 was sitting in front of the wide glass window, fork and knife in hand, when Dr. Bradshaw arrived. "Hello, Doctor." Bradshaw gave 049 a wave. "Ah, good evening. They told me I would be having company for dinner. But where's your food, sir?" "Oh, I'm not hungry." Dr. Bradshaw brushed him off politely. "No sense. It would be horribly rude for me to eat while you have nothing. Excuse me," he called to a guard nearby. "Please bring this man a helping of what you've served me so we may dine together." With a sigh, Dr. Bradshaw nodded at the guard, giving him permission to do what the Plague Doctor asked. A few moments later, he too had a tray with a plate of fish and roasted vegetables and a small cup of wine on the side. "Now, may I ask you some questions?" The Plague Doctor nodded. "Indeed. What is it that I can do for you?" "I was hoping you could teach me more about the pestilence." Dr. Bradshaw began delicately. The plague doctor perked up. Have you come to assist me with my work? My dear fellow, why did you not say so from the start? It would be my honor to provide you with all the knowledge I possess on this subject, if you intend to lend a hand. I just want to understand more about it first, Dr. Bradshaw said. It wasn't quite a lie, not really. He did want to understand. He flipped open his notebook, scanning the page for the first of the posited theories he had gathered. Is it possible that what you refer to the pestilence, you're talking about pain as a whole? The plague doctor cocked his head to the side. What do you mean? Well, you once described SCP-096 as being afflicted with an extreme case of the pestilence, I believe. And when you cure someone, they're no longer able to feel any pain, physical or emotional. I know that you mean well, but is it possible that's what you're trying to treat? The pain that naturally afflicts all human life, most living things? The plague doctor scoffed. You think that I, a physician, am so ignorant of pain? That I would misdiagnose agonies as something so devastating as a great dying? If you are here to insult me, sir, I will simply ask that you leave. I'm sorry, that was not my intention. Please, let me stay. I promise I'm only here to try and understand. Will you withhold judgment until I'm finished? One man of science to another? The plague doctor paused, mulling this over. He nodded. I will hear your questions and do my best to answer them. Thank you. Dr. Bradshaw smiled and returned to his notes. So, you have been in the field of medicine for quite some time, and I imagine you've studied a variety of sciences. You work with a lot of liquids and substances none of us have ever encountered before. Were they the result of alchemy, used to balance the humors of your patients? I was curious if your treatments and if the pestilence itself is thaumaturgical in nature. That is to say, well, magical. The plague doctor let out a sharp laugh at this. Magique! Sir, I am no magician, nor am I an alchemist, as I have never formally studied alchemy in any form. The humors, of course, must be balanced for proper health, but that has nothing to do with alchemy, in my opinion. How is your black bile? You appear to have an excess of it. Do you experience a great deal of stomach pain? Dr. Bradshaw rushed to steer the topic away from him and his health, lest the plague doctor offer to treat him. Not particularly. Next question. His eyes returned to his notes. Let's see. We've noticed that you seem to cure those who are most afraid of death and dying. And when you first arrived at our facility, you stated that there was less pestilence here than other places you had been. Most of our staff have seen enough death and misfortune that it no longer frightens us. We're inoculated against it, essentially. One researcher working with you was afraid of death at first, but as he came to accept it as an inevitability, you said that he was no longer infected. Is the pestilence fear itself? Or more specifically, the fear of death? The plague doctor mulled this over. One's outlook, one's attitude can impact their health. It is easier to fight a disease when one does not let fear take over. But other than that, I'm afraid I do not understand your question. The pestilence is simply what it is. Why are you more preoccupied with categorizing it than curing it? I believe that to understand something is to know how to fight it, Dr. Bradshaw answered simply. We may differ there, but you may continue. I'm grateful for the company and for your desire to understand, misguided though it may be. Thank you, Doctor. I wanted to ask you, are you familiar with the Scarlet King? The plague doctor's expression did not change. I have seen the rise and fall of many monarchs in my time. Why would you ask me about this Scarlet King? That wasn't a no. Well, Dr. Bradshaw began, according to legend, one of his many daughters was Pestilence, a bringer of disease and destruction. Is she the one you intend to fight? I know not every single form the Pestilence takes, only the grip it has on this world. SCP-049 answered, For your sake, I would advise you to avoid speaking of such matters. That king, he is not a thing you wish to face. Dr. Bradshaw jotted down a quick note in the margin of the page, Scarlet King connection possible. Then he returned to his line of questioning. Have you spoken with SCP-343? I have, the plague doctor nodded. And what did he tell you? It is not worth going into here. According to him, the pestilence that you refer to is humanity's free will. You were changed by something a long time ago, a tragedy that turned you towards your work. You came from a dark place, one of the places even 343 can't see. Is that true? I will not answer that question.
It is an insult,
SCP-049 said. Again, not a no exactly, but still Dr. Bradshaw did not want to push too hard too soon and risk the doctor terminating their conversation. My apologies, I'll shift to something different. You once treated the bubonic plague, correct? SCP-049 shook his head.
No, I am not familiar with that particular condition.
Dr. Bradshaw had prepared for this. He pulled a medical illustration from his notebook depicting a victim of the Black Plague. What about something like this? SCP-049 sighed.
Now this ailment I have encountered before. I did my best to treat it, but it was stubborn.
Is it related to the pestilence? Dr. Bradshaw asked.
Not necessarily.
049 said nothing more than that. He took a sip of wine, ate a bite of potato. He wasn't going to offer any more insight into that particular theory, it seemed. I mean no offense with this next question, but Doctor, have you always lived here, on this planet? Or did you make your way here from another world of some kind? Perhaps the pestilence came from wherever you did.
The world has changed around me a great deal in my life,
SCP-049 said.
But I have always been here, at least as best as I can recall.
He seemed to be telling the truth, but with that unmoving, inscrutable expression, it was difficult to be sure. This next theory would be extremely difficult to float without offending 049, but Dr. Bradshaw had to try. He needed to do his due diligence. Are you familiar with the story of Typhoid Mary? He would ease into the idea. That would probably be best.
I am not.
SCP-049 sounded puzzled. She was an asymptomatic carrier of typhoid, Dr. Bradshaw explained. As others grew sick around her, she remained healthy and well. She had no idea that as she worked as a cook in the houses of wealthy families, she was infecting them with a deadly disease. It was not any moral failing of her own. She didn't understand what she was doing, but she still spread the virus throughout her community.
Stop right there.
The plague doctor's tone was stern, tense.
I know what you are suggesting, and it offends me to my core. If you do not cease these vile implications, I will be forced to end our talk here and now. I am a physician, sir. I do not endanger my patients so recklessly.
I understand. Better to leave that theory alone for now. You said that you have always been here, but I do have to ask, have you ever heard of a place called Alagara? There are those that claim you once lived there, that you came from that kingdom.
I have never heard that name that I can recall, but I have lived a long life. Perhaps I have forgotten. What nation does that belong to?
Dr. Bradshaw paused. It was his turn to be stumped. I'm not sure. Do you know who the Black Lord is? He couldn't be certain, but he thought he saw SCP-049 frown.
Villain! A villain!
He grumbled under his breath.
I banish him from my thoughts, that he may never again enter my sight.
His gloved hands clenched into fists, and Dr. Bradshaw jotted down another note in the margins. The Black Lord. He had devoted plenty of time to everyone else's theories. It was time for one that he had been earnestly considering. Doctor, it is my opinion that the pestilence may be connected to emotional state or heart rate, perhaps both. When you treat your patients, do you remove the heart or the amygdala to address those issues? I've noticed heart removal during a handful of your procedures.
You have a keen eye,
SCP-049 enthused.
However, I do not always remove the heart. It varies greatly from patient to patient, you see. For some, the heart is a crucial part of the infection. For others, it impacts the brain. Others still the liver or the larger nervous system. That is why it is so difficult to treat, you see. It can manifest in seemingly infinite ways.
But what about emotions? Negative impulses, cruelty, selfishness, hatred? Is that a component? I was reviewing your file and you mentioned an excess of the pestilence in the home of a wealthy man known for exploiting his workers and mistreating his family. When you were cross-tested with SCP-682, you remarked that the pestilence did not only impact humans, suggesting the anomaly was also infected, and you cured your patients. Well, they don't seem to have a hateful impulse in their bodies.
Hate can be a disease.
The plague doctor took another bite of food, chewing slowly. When he swallowed, Dr. Bradshaw expected him to elaborate on this thought, but he didn't. So, Dr. Bradshaw broke the silence. The four horsemen of the apocalypse, the ones that bring about the end of the world. War, famine, death, and
Pestilence. There have been stories about them for thousands of years. Do you know Pestilence personally? Are you protecting us from him from the end of days? SCP-049 scoffed.
I work in science, not stories. I intend no disrespect to your beliefs, but surely you hear how absurd that sounds. Pestilence does not ride in on a horse. It resides in the body.
You've lost patients before, haven't you?
Every physician has if what they are treating is severe. It never gets any easier to do so.
I'm sure. Have you ever lost someone special to you, though? Done something you truly regret? Perhaps the pestilence was a manifestation of some guilt or trauma, some shame he could never truly let go.
Every man has regrets. Do you not have those secret shames, Doctor?
Dr. Bradshaw changed the subject. I have always wondered this. Can you see the misdeeds that someone has done? Can you somehow sense the sins of their past, all the harm they have caused?
Why do you ask?
SCP-049 cocked his head again.
Are you afraid I can see something within you?
He couldn't explain why, but the question made his stomach turn. No, he answered. It was a lie. Will everyone catch the pestilence eventually?
As time goes on, the odds do become greater, yes. But not everyone is doomed.
Is that it? Is it time? The passage of time, aging, decay, the great dying, you called it. So is it dying itself? Your cured patients, they don't age. They never decay any more than they already have.
Death is not natural,
SCP-049 simply said. All things die eventually, Dr. Bradshaw argued.
I have not died yet.
SCP-049 took a drink of wine. Well, there was no arguing with that. Something else I've been thinking about is the possibility that the pestilence is greater than just one thing. Dr. Bradshaw began his next theory. Doctors believed at one time that the plague was caused by an imbalance of the humors in the body. They could recognize the presence of disease, but couldn't routinely tell them all apart. Several different illnesses were referred to as consumption, and leprosy was used as a catch-all for multiple illnesses as well. Clearly, you have a knack for knowing when someone is ill, but what if it's something else? Something equally bad, but different from what you think. It's cancer, or a stroke, or a heart condition. There is no one cure except for the massive transformational work you're already doing.
Possible,
SCP-049 mused.
I will need to consider that point carefully. Perhaps you have unlocked a secret to the pestilence I missed. And again, perhaps not.
If the pestilence is not death, and I do have to wonder, is it the opposite? Life is a temporary state for so many of us less lucky than you, and it seems like you cure your patients of natural life when you treat them. They become something not quite dead, but not quite living, at least not as they were. And illness, ailments, hurt all comes as a natural side effect of being alive. So, is the great dying life itself?
I do not understand the question, and thus I will not respond to it,
SCP-049 stated. Dr. Bradshaw could sense that the plague doctor was growing frustrated, getting tired of so many questions that poked at his beliefs, his research, and his process. Is the pestilence natural or something man-made? Humans have created diseases before or caused them to mutate or worsen them with chemicals we invent. Have you heard of Agent Orange? I don't mean to digress, but my point is, it's not unheard of for people to be responsible for a disease. I wonder, is the pestilence something that developed on its own? Or is it our doing? A biological weapon, a synthesized virus, or artificial mutation created by other scientists? Or maybe... Dr. Bradshaw paused here, referring once more to his notes. Is it sin? Greed, lust, wrath, pride, envy, gluttony, sloth? Maybe not that biblical, that exact, but is it evil? The sort of thing that rots away at a human soul. Not a plague of the body, but of the very essence, and the only way to cure it is to rip the whole thing out and start over.
You seem to have the answers in mind before you ask me these questions, Doctor. I will allow you one more before I take my leave. I have found this whole ordeal quite exhausting.
Dr. Bradshaw nodded. Okay, just one more. Is it something unnatural, not man-made, not of nature, viruses, or bacteria, but something else altogether? Something from another dimension, another world, or the spaces in between. You've been cagey about the nature of the pestilence for as long as you have been here, and I understand if you are just being cautious, but
I can't help but wonder if there is something else to the reason you keep so much to yourself. You promised to tell me about the pestilence, but you've barely responded to most of my questions except to dismiss my ideas. Is the pestilence something that spreads by thought, that lives in the consciousness or the subconscious of us all, waiting, dormant, for something to activate it and set the sickness free? The plague doctor set down his fork with a clatter. I respect your scientific curiosity, but there are things I cannot share with you. For my safety, for yours, for everyone's, do take care, Doctor. You too. Dr. Bradshaw stood from his chair, collecting his notes and preparing to leave. One final thing. Dr. Bradshaw turned back to face the plague doctor. Yes? Those dark eyes watched him from inside the mask. Do you see any of the pestilence in me? The silence that passed between them felt like an eternity. Then SCP-049 spoke. No, sir, I do not. But one day, that could change. As Dr. Bradshaw made his way back to his office, the words echoed in his mind, and he couldn't make up his mind whether they were comforting or troubling. He had gone into the meeting with questions, but now he had even more than he started with. Now go check out A Day in the Life of SCP-049. And can SCP-049 cure the pestilence in SCP-3008 Infinite IKEA? For more of everyone's favorite anomalous scientist.